Ladies and gentlemen, we can start grabbing seats. Come to order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this fantastic event sponsored by the American Bar Association. You're going to hear all about the mission of the group that has brought this to you. I'll be back up here in a few minutes to say a little bit about that. But my first task is to thank you for being here and to introduce the president of the American Bar Association, Mary Smith.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks so much to everyone for being here today. This is really, I think, an important and critical occasion, and thank you all for being here. As he said, I'm Mary Smith. I'm president of the American Bar Association. And when I was starting my presidency, I thought, what can I do during my term as president that needs to be done and that's impactful to be done? And frankly, there was no question. It was the issue of our democracy, because we're seeing that our democracy is at risk, and some of the statistics are very sobering. Less than 1/3 of millennials think it's essential to live in a democracy. 51%, over half, think that democracy is not working. On the World Justice Project's Democracy Index, out of all countries, the U.S. is 26th. These facts are sobering. And I think as lawyers, we all, when we become lawyers, we take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law. And I know for myself that stays with me every single day that I'm a lawyer. And I'm so pleased that working with everyone, that Judge Luttig and Secretary Jocelyn agreed to co-chair the task force, the ABA Task Force for American Democracy. So they are looking at establishing trust in our institutions, depoliticizing elections, emphasizing civics, and thinking about ways we can improve our system to ensure an enduring democracy in our country. We're doing these sessions, listening sessions around the country. We did the first one in Georgia about a month ago. This is only the second one, and we're so pleased to be here in Michigan. And I want to thank Dan Quick and Dennis Archer for being the co-chairs of this event. We are thrilled that you all have gathered here today. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And I do want to say one other thing that we're doing is I think sometimes you think democracy is about doing sweeping, bold motions, and perhaps sometimes it is. But more likely, it's the things that everyday people do every day. Think of the poll workers who work the elections. Think of lawyers who are just representing their clients. So one of the things we're going to be awarding at the ABA annual meeting in August are some awards for the unsung heroes of democracy. And we would love for you to think of some people here in Detroit or throughout Michigan who might be deserving of that. You can nominate them through May 15th at ambar.org/democracy award. So with that, thank you so much, and we will proceed with our program.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Townsend. I'm the director of the Carl Levin Center for Oversight and Democracy here at Wayne State University Law School. I am not Dean Rick Bierschbach, Dean of Wayne State University Law School. Unfortunately, Rick has come down ill. He has a very, very bad cold, and he sends his regrets. He is not able to be with us today. So he asked me to share with you the words he was going to provide in welcome. So this is Rick talking. He's going to say a couple nice things about the Levin Center. So that's Rick talking. That's not me. That's Rick talking. So on behalf of the faculty, staff, and students, I want to welcome you to this gathering of community leaders in Michigan to discuss how we can ensure that our elections this year and in the future are trusted and that Michiganders learn civics and practice civility. We are proud to make our home at a university that holds the highest classifications for both research and community engagement. Scholarship and service go together at Wayne State, where we work to understand the world and our neighborhood while offering a beacon of economic mobility to the community and state we serve. We are honored to host this conversation in a place where we train future lawyers to understand the law and their responsibilities as officers of the court to uphold the law. But we strive to do more than convey the importance of the rule of law, because we know that rules without a vibrant democracy lack legitimacy. Democracy itself depends not just on free and fair elections, as important as they are, but also effective governance that serves the people justly and equitably. To that end, 9 years ago, we launched the Carl Levin Center for Oversight and Democracy, not just to honor Michigan's longest-serving U.S. Senator, who we were proud to welcome as a colleague, but to preserve and expand his legacy of ensuring that our government keeps its promises. Headquartered here at the law school, with staff in Washington and in New York, the Levin Center has become a national leader in training lawmakers in how to mount effective investigations that expose abuses and ensure effective governance. The Levin Center is also setting a national example with education programs that enable the public to demand a more trustworthy government and give students from high school to law school the skills and knowledge to rebuild our democracy. I especially want to thank Mayor Dennis Archer, who was a founding board member of our Levin Center's advisory board, for his leadership in recommending that this critical conversation be held here in Detroit and at Wayne Law. We would not be having this conversation here today but for Dennis's vision. With that, let me thank you for coming today, and let me turn things over to Mayor Dennis Archer.
Thank you, Dean, very much for those nice remarks. I want to thank all of you for coming. I will tell you, having been a former president of the American Bar Association, we could not be more blessed than we are today than to have Mary Smith as our ABA president. Looking for something to do to give back to our community in which we live could not have been better. And I cannot imagine how she came to rest in thinking about who could I ask to participate. She chose 30 outstanding men and women in law, outside of law, and the like, to answer and to give suggestions for the needed issue of democracy. It is so important today, and I could not think of two better outstanding people than she chose to ask to be co-chairs of this important national work. And so Judge Luttig and to Dean J. Johnson, Dean, Secretary of Homeland and Security, you two set an outstanding example. And the men and women that you work with, you all collegially really work at it to make something awfully different. And so when we found that we were going to be fortunate enough in Detroit to host this session, I reached out and asked a number of outstanding men and women who help this entire state be who we are, that will cause thousands of people to come to the city of Detroit in about a month or so for the NFL draft. You're welcome to come back if you like. You'll enjoy it. And they've done a great job. The city is on course. It's vibrant. And those of you sitting in this audience and who are participating, thank you so much. You bring wisdom and the like, and we expect that you'll have an opportunity beyond the outstanding speakers that we have and panel members to share your thoughts at the breakout sessions. With that, let me introduce to you one of the best persons that you could ever ask to help put something like this on, because you need to involve the entire legal profession. And so I couldn't think of a better person than Daniel Quick, who is the state bar president and a law partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appear here before you today with tremendous pride. Pride to be a co-host of this event, proud to be the president of the 46,000 attorneys making up the State Bar of Michigan, because it is, after all, attorneys who uniquely take an oath to our Constitution and who pledge to improve our judicial system and our system of justice, and that's partially what we're doing here today. I'm proud of you for your passion about these issues, for your desire to spend time being here with us today, your involvement. This is, after all, a listening tour, and we will be listening to you in the breakout sessions that follow our panel. So we don't have Q&A, but we ask you to hold those thoughts, hold that discussion, and give it vibrantly, yet of course professionally and fairly in those breakout sessions. And I am proud to introduce Judge Michael Luttig. The judge ordered me, even though he no longer has such powers, to use no more than 2 sentences for his introduction. I've got it down to 1, albeit with a few commas. The judge clerked for Judge Scalia. He was appointed by President Bush. He was a 15-year Court of Appeals judge, and he is now continuing to live his oath by working to defend democracy. Judge Michael Luttig.
All rise. No, Elizabeth Yang just whispered in my ear. You may have seen her. She said, "You come here." And I said, "I'm not going there." And she said, "You are." So as Dan said, I no longer have any power. No one cares what I say. But I do have the most privileged position today. I've been tasked by Mary and the task force with the highest privilege only of welcoming all of you and thanking you for being here today. It's but that in itself is a high honor for me. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you, Wayne State University. Thank you, the Carl Levin Center, and thank you all who are here as members of the bar and the community. As Dan said, and as the mayor said, and by the way, thank you both, especially, for hosting us today. As both of them said, all the credit here goes to ABA President Mary Smith. Mary will take her place in the pantheon of ABA presidents soon, once she completes her term, for she will have undertaken successfully the greatest mission in the history of the American Bar Association, the effort to save America's democracy, which is in grave peril. A word about the task force. The task force that Mary and the ABA have assembled is literally the most impressive assemblage of individuals committed to America, to America's democracy, and to the rule of law that has ever been assembled. For the past 3 or 4 years, these task force members, they have been carrying the water for America's democracy. We at the ABA task force, we were just privileged to be able to attach ourselves to their rising stars and collectively, take my word for it, the task force members under the leadership of ABA President Mary Smith, they will get this job done. Lawyers, the organized bar, 2 million strong, they are uniquely qualified and uniquely obligated for the task that lies ahead of us. Lawyers take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law. They're also uniquely qualified and positioned to support and defend America's democracy. Never in the history of our nation, for the past almost 250 years, has our democracy been threatened at all, let alone in the way that it's being threatened today. Consequently, it's really never occurred to anyone in America, let alone the organized bar, that we would ever be called upon to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. But we have been called now. And if we don't answer that call, then all of our training and all of our responsibilities, all of which we take an oath to perform, will have been for naught. Now, that's not what's going to happen, as evidenced by all of you here today and all of the lawyers across the nation and the communities of non-lawyers across the nation who are standing up today for the first time in American history, and they're attesting to what they believe and what they do not believe. And they are attesting to their belief in America, America's democracy, our Constitution, and the rule of law. It's an honor for us to welcome all of you here. It's a privilege for all of us to be here at Wayne State University in the Carl Levin Center. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to turn it over to others who actually know what they're doing. Thank you so much. I almost forgot. I had one other assignment. That too is a privilege. And that assignment is to introduce Ms. Jocelyn Benson, who's going to join us now. Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. You want me up there? Okie doke. I'll head up there. Sorry. Wonderful to see you all. Reverend Anthony, David Becker, wonderful Chris Thomas, our great Deputy Secretary of State, Aghogho Edevbie. He went to a different law school. We won't hold it against him. I want to thank you all for being a part of today. Thank you, Mayor Archer, for co-chairing this important gathering. I really appreciate you. Mary, it's wonderful to see you. Where's Mary? There you are. Mary, wonderful to see you here as well. And I'm really pleased that we're joined by not one but two of our great county clerks, and Lisa Posthumus Lyons, as well as Justin Roebuck. Good to see you both. And I know you'll be hearing from them later, but you've got no shortage of really great conversations to have today. I also want to recognize, you know, it's great to be home. I'll just say that. It's great to be here. Hi to all my former colleagues, and great to see Jim Townsend shepherding the Levin Center under such great leadership as we try to honor and preserve his legacy. And I also want to recognize my chief legal counsel, Mike Brady, who was a student of mine here 20 years ago or so, sorry, 15, 10. I don't mean to age you, but you know, there's a great community that comes out of Wayne State that continues to lead in our state, and Mike has been a trusted voice and counsel for me since day one of my administration, and so great to have Mike, have you back here as well as Jonathan Rader, our Director of Elections. Also went to a different law school, but that's okay. You're doing great work. So we accept that you weren't, that you're an honorary warrior, and honored to just offer a few words today about this moment that we're in, and to pick up where Judge Luttig left off and talk specifically about what the next 8 months look like, not just here in Michigan, not just for me as the Chief Election Officer, but also for our nation and for our democracy. Because we are at a precipice. We are at a historic moment in the history of our democracy. It's not lost on any of us. I know that's why you're here. And I'm thankful for the ABA for being here today to recognize Michigan's role, as well as all of the experts here in being here to similarly underscore our preparation and our commitment to meeting this moment with fair and transparent and professionally run elections all across the state. And you will hear again from two of our most professional election administrators, as well as our former Director of Elections, who continues to be active in helping our work to underscore that point. But that said, it shouldn't be lost on any of us that every single one of us have a role to play in this moment in ensuring that the basic principles that our country was founded on, that our state reflects and seeks to emulate, of equality, of justice, of a promise of one person, one vote, that's a reality for every citizen in our state and our country, and that not only can we administer fair, secure, free, and safe elections, but that also we ensure the citizens of our state know they can have rightly placed faith in our processes and in the results of our election. Now, here in Michigan, we have undergone a great transformation over the last several years in our democracy. And the infrastructure of our elections has, in my view, never been stronger. And that's because we have great clerks, that's because we have great leadership, have great faith leaders who are also here today, who you'll also hear from, but we also have citizens who are engaged and who have demanded a better democracy and have succeeded in seeking that better democracy. You all know in 2018, our citizens amended our state constitution to implement, among other things, election day registration, automatic voter registration, no reason absentee voting, enabling any citizen to vote from home. And then in 2022, they followed that up with adding early voting, 9 days of early voting to our system here in Michigan, which we're really just at the precipice of seeing how successful and how much of an opportunity that can be for our citizens to have not just an election day where they can personally cast a ballot and see it run through the machine, but a series of election days, 2 Sundays, 2 Saturdays, and a week in between, where you can go to an election voting center, an early voting center in your community and participate. And we've got lots of plans, including with Pastor Stephen Bland and Reverend Anthony, that we're cooking up to make sure citizens know the power of having that access point. But it is really inspirational to me that the reason we have early voting is because citizens demanded it and enacted it. And it's our honor as lawmakers, as clerks, as the chief election administrator of the state to implement that well and make it real for every citizen. So our path as well this year is really goes along 3 pillars, and it always has. One is building the system, building the infrastructure, implementing early voting, getting our clerks the funding they need, and would love your help in pushing our federal government to support that funding, but to make sure they can essentially cover the costs of meeting this constitutional mandate, hiring the additional people, renting the additional sites for a full 9 days at least. They can go beyond that, but certainly 9 days leading up to Election Day. Among other things, we also have a more robust absentee voting system or vote from home system than we did in 2020 due to this constitutional amendment because of two additions to that infrastructure. One, we now pay for the postage of every piece of election mail, including those ballots that get sent back if they choose to use the mail, as well as the ballots that get sent to and the request forms that can be sent through the mail. Everything is covered through prepaid postage that our office manages and in partnership with the clerks. And in addition to that, there is now a guaranteed drop box, a secure monitored drop box, one for every 15,000 citizens in our state. So you're going to see in every statewide election these drop boxes in place. They are monitored, they are secure, and they are repositories for citizens to return their ballots up till 8 p.m. on Election Day. So our way of voting from home is more accessible than ever before going into this election cycle. Our way of voting early is an addition that we are working with our clerks to make real, and I can go into the details about that. Essentially, clerks can choose if they want to run it at the county level, if they want it in partnership with other communities, like if Livonia and Redford wanted to team up and have one election center for both communities, or cities like Detroit and other communities can go it alone and just host their own early voting sites. However they choose, we're working to make sure that they have significant and sufficient funding to cover their model in not just August's election, but also in November's election. So the infrastructure and building that out, while also not losing face on not losing sight of the Election Day piece too, and continuing that piece on precinct day voting, all of which remains part of our secure infrastructure, where we're shining as much sunlight as we can on that. However, that's just one of three pillars of our preparation for the fall. The second is education, proactive education, positive education to citizens so that they know their rights and they know how to exercise them, and they know as much as they want to about the nitty-gritty of the security of our system. As our clerks are going to tell you later, we've got so many layers of election security, in part because of our decentralized setup in Michigan. We've got 83 counties, and within that, 1,520 local jurisdictions, all of which play different roles in administering elections, but that diversity and decentralized setup enables us to maximize our ability to meet the needs of every voter, whether they are in Houghton and Marquette, or whether they are in Lake County, or whether they are in Detroit, or whether they're on the west side of the state. Because of that, however, we have a responsibility proactively to make sure citizens know the rules, the regulations, and also the security levers in place to protect their vote. And I'm really grateful for the clerks we have here today, because they have really stepped up, as many of our election administrators have, shining even a greater light and opening their doors even wider to educate citizens about the processes that go into administering elections and enabling citizens to have a greater glimpse than ever before on just how secure our systems are. But educating citizens about that proactively is key for the third pillar as well, which is countering misinformation. And I know we could spend a whole day just talking about that the biggest threat to election security in this cycle is misinformation, is disinformation, is lies and deceptive tactics that will be turbocharged through the use of artificial intelligence, and that will be, I think, more of an issue than ever before, because our foreign adversaries, Russia, China, and Iran in particular, have more of an incentive than ever before in modern presidential election history. And I know Secretary Johnson could probably talk at great length about this, but certainly than ever before in recent history, these foreign adversaries will have a greater incentive to intervene or interfere with our elections in Michigan in particular, and in every battleground state in our country. And if those from the national ABA take anything with you today, I hope it recognizes not just that our infrastructure is strong and we've got a team-based approach to educating citizens about our elections, but that we need as much support as possible in protecting our system and protecting our voters against misinformation and deceptive tactics that we believe domestic and foreign adversaries will be leveraging, because the outcome of the presidential election will directly affect their own plans internationally for their own efforts that they're involved in. We'll just leave it at that. So recognizing that and recognizing that we are up against foreign adversaries, we need to have a nationally coordinated approach to protecting our citizens from efforts to hack their minds. We know, and David Becker and many of the experts here will tell you, just how secure the infrastructure of our systems are from cybersecurity attacks or from other types of hardware attacks. And that's why the greatest threat to our election security is not necessarily interference with our processes. It's interference with our voters' understanding of how to exercise their vote and whether to believe and have faith in the results of the election. We are already anticipating artificial intelligence could be used to disseminate false images of polling places being flooded or worse, to deter people from participating. We already anticipate artificial intelligence and other mechanisms being used to further divide voters and disincentivize them from participating. But demobilizing our citizens, deceiving them, and trying to divide our American populace is the tactics that we need to expect to be leveraged to our citizenry, and that we all have a responsibility to protect our voters from. One last thing on that front, in Michigan, we have launched a really innovative strategy to addressing not just the need to proactively educate citizens about these new election policies, but protect them from misinformation and deceptive tactics. And that is our Voter Confidence Council. We recognized in 2020 that we've got the truth, the law, and all the content needed to protect citizens against being fooled by the lies and deceptive tactics. But getting the information to citizens and making sure they know where to go for information, where those trusted voices are, is not as easy as one might assume. In 2020, we thought, well, if election officials are the trusted voices, then we've got it covered. We've got the content, we'll deliver it out. And what did our adversaries do? Adversaries to democracy, I guess you could say. They try to discredit us as election officials so that people don't know if they can trust us. That's a tactic. So we have developed more trusted messengers through our Voter Confidence Council here in Michigan. We've got a statewide council in which Reverend Anthony and Pastor Bland and many others are a part of. And we've got 10 local councils that involve mayors, local city council and county commission members, local faith leaders, local educational leaders, local business leaders, and again, we have a statewide effort as well, all collectively creating these individuals who are already trusted voices to the voters that they reach, enabling and empowering them with all the information we have about our elections, and also positioning them to help not just proactively deliver it, but to work with us and be our eyes and ears on the ground so that we can quickly respond when they hear of an issue in their communities, or they can respond and be empowered to respond themselves. So our voter confidence councils are already being replicated in Wisconsin and many other states, but here in Michigan, we're leading the way at creating this very, it's not rocket science, but it is a new method for developing trusted voices, empowering folks who are already trying to do this work effectively, and collaborating with our partners in the field to protect citizens from misinformation and from lies and deceptive tactics, and proactively educating them about their rights. So stay tuned, but I would encourage you, if any of you want to be a part of that effort, every single one of you can be an ambassador for truth in this moment. And so I hope many of you choose to be part of this work, because every one of you have people who look to you, people who trust you, people who respect you. That's why you're here. And we need you in this moment to also be part of our efforts to proactively educate and protect our citizens from misinformation over these next several months. And so we can dive more into that. But the last thing I'll say is this. In my view, and I've said this many times, and I think many of us know this, that's why we're here. The next 8 months are going to define the future of our country. And the actions we take in the next 8 months will define not just the future of our country, but in my view, the strength of our democracy moving forward. And I believe our work here in Michigan will be a critical component, if not one of the most driving factors, in how our democracy and our nation are defined for years to come. And it's the actions that we take in these next 8 months, and particularly around the November election, that will define that? Will we still be a country where that one person, one vote promise is something that our leaders believe in and work to enforce? Or will we not be? Will we abandon that ideal and move in a different direction? That, to me, is ultimately what voters need to be a part of, not just deciding with their ballots this year, but actively participating in throughout this year. And I have great hope based on my work that started right here in Michigan at Wayne State Law School and with Judge Keith and many others in this room, that in this moment, we have all the tools we need to ensure that we define our democracy moving forward in a way that is stronger and more robust and healthier than ever before. And that is really the story of Michigan over these last 8 years. Yes, we have faced challenges. Yes, the 2020 election was still keeping us up at night in terms of what we just barely overcame. And, you know, the trauma of January 6th, the trauma on my son of having people with guns outside my home, and we can go on and on about what 2020 was. But what it also did was energize citizens to come back in 2022 and say democracy is on the ballot and we're going to protect it and we're going to amend our Constitution again to expand it even more. And so when you look at this time in our history, 10, 20, 30 years from now, you will find that up until this point in Michigan, and I believe in many other states as well, we have met this moment and we have protected our democracy, but we've also used this challenge to get better and stronger as a populace and as a democracy. And so my hope and our opportunity after these next 8 months, in my view, is to leverage these challenges to grow our democracy even more and really recognize the moment that we're in, which is, will we successfully transition into a true multiracial, multi-ethnic, multicultural democracy here in Michigan and nationwide? That, I believe, is the battle that we're in as our country transitions into that beautiful promise that our founders had 200 years ago. And that, to me, is the work that we're actually engaged in, nationally and here in Michigan. So I'm proud to be a part of that work. I have great optimism that we will succeed in ensuring we have a true multiracial, multicultural, and multi-ethnic democracy here in Michigan and nationwide. But the steps we take and the work we do over the next 8 months will ultimately determine that. So thank you for being here, and look forward to the discussion to follow. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Benson. And thanks to the ABA and Mary and Chairs Judge Luttig and Secretary Johnson, to Mayor Archer, to Dan, and also to Elizabeth Yang and Bill Ide, who this event couldn't have been put on without. I'm David Becker. I am a former Justice Department attorney who worked in the voting section of the Civil Rights Division. And now I run a nonpartisan nonprofit called the Center for Election Innovation and Research. We work with election officials all over the country, Republicans and Democrats, to help support them in their work of putting on elections that voters should trust and do trust. And unfortunately, never has there been a greater chasm between those two things. The fact of the matter is, our elections are more secure, transparent, and verified than they've ever been in American history. The 2020 election was the most secure, transparent, and verified presidential election that we've ever held in American history. And that's not just me saying that. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take the word of the former administration's DHS, who said that, the former administration's DOJ, who said that. You don't have to take the word of a group of conservative legal experts, including Judge Luttig, Ben Ginsburg, Ted Olson, who wrote a report called Lost Not Stolen, which you can find at lostnotstolen.org, which looked at the elections in all of the battleground states and reached that conclusion. You don't have to take the word of the conservative Hoover Institution at Stanford University that looked at all of the claims of election fraud and debunked every single one of them in a report. You don't have to take the word of the over 60 courts that reviewed all of the cases around the 2020 election and came to the same conclusion that there was absolutely no evidence to sustain a claim of fraud, including 8 judges appointed by the losing presidential candidate himself. It's just objective fact when you look at the procedures we have in place around our elections today. Right now, today, we have better voter lists than we've ever had in American history. And that's largely due to leadership from states, especially Michigan is one of them, who have used better data practices, who are cooperating with states more, who are cooperating with their own motor vehicles to keep voter lists accurate and up to date and remove out-of-date records from those lists. We have more paper ballots, auditable, verifiable paper ballots than we've ever had in American history. 95% of all voters vote on paper ballots in the United States today, including all of the voters in every single battleground state, including Michigan. That's the highest percentage we've ever seen. The only states that still have some non-paper ballots are non-battleground states like Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. The percentage in 2016, for comparison, was around 75 to 80%. States like Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia all moved entirely to paper ballots between 2016 and 2020. And importantly, the states audited those paper ballots. That meant they went to a hand count of those ballots, a statistical sampling, to confirm that the machines counted the ballots correctly, and they did. 43 states audited their ballots. We had more pre-election litigation than we'd ever seen in American history, clarifying the rules. When we got to Election Day, every candidate, every campaign, every political party knew the rules that they were playing under. It didn't mean they liked all the rules. You don't have to like all the rules. There are people that love the Electoral College. There are people that hate the Electoral College. But they knew what the rules were on that day. And those were the rules that applied. And then we had more post-election litigation, which I referred to, confirming the results. That's remarkable. And the 2024 election will be even better than the 2020 election, thanks to all of those checks and balances, those procedures that have evolved over nearly 250 years in our democracy to ensure that the correct winner is announced. We know who won the 2020 presidential election. We also know who won the 2016 presidential election. And the winners of both those elections took office as was appropriate. This issue that we don't ever know who wins these elections because we don't have adequate procedures in place is just simply not true. And that's largely due to the men and women, the public servants all over the country, hundreds of thousands of them, millions if you count poll workers, who answer the calling of serving our democracy, putting our elections on and giving voice to our voters, like the 4 people here that I'm about to introduce. I'd like to take a moment just to think about the 2020 election for a moment, because it seems like it's a long time ago, and it is. It's over 3 years ago. It's over 1,200 days. Somehow, we managed the highest turnout. We as a nation managed the highest turnout in American history by a huge margin. 160 million ballots. That's more than 20 million more ballots that had ever been cast in any election in American history, with the highest percentage turnout we had ever had in American history since universal suffrage, 67%. 2 out of every 3 eligible voters somehow showed up in the middle of a global pandemic. The election workers who were working that election, facilitating all this democracy, were showing up at work every day because you cannot run an election socially distant. They were risking illness to themselves, to their staffs, to their families, and they somehow made it work. With all of those voters, all of those ballots, and that election has withstood the most extreme scrutiny that anyone has ever placed on any election, perhaps in world history, for more than 3 years. There's still not been a shred of evidence presented to any court anywhere in this country that would cast doubt on the outcome of the 2020 election. That doesn't mean people don't make claims on social media. But every time it comes to presenting to court, they back away. And when I think about the people who ran that election, I think we should have thrown them a parade. They somehow pulled off this moonshot of American democracy in the middle of a global pandemic. And instead, they've been subjected to
pretty much endless abuse, threats, and harassment for well over 3 years. Public servants. And so perhaps as some solace, we've invited you guys to be on a panel here today, I guess. And so I'm now going to turn it over to 4 people I just admire a great deal for their public service and their competence and passion for this work. From closest to me on, Aghogho Edevbie, Deputy Secretary of State, Justin Roebuck, County Clerk for Ottawa County, Michigan, Lisa Posthumus Lyons, County Clerk for Kent County, Michigan, and the person I've known the longest on this panel, Chris Thomas. I don't know what title I should give you, Master of Michigan State Elections, former state election director, and someone I've relied upon for a long time. And what we're going to talk about today is about some of those processes. So voters don't need to have blind faith that their elections are secure. These processes are transparent. There are no better experts we could bring to talk about this, so voters know they should have the confidence in those processes. And the first part I'd like to talk about is the voter list. That's been in the news a little bit lately here in Michigan. I have been working on voter list issues for a long time. It's one of my great passions. And because voter lists are so important to facilitating the voter's voice, one of the biggest challenges you can have in elections process is if a voter's record is out of date. It can lead to problems all the way down the process. And Michigan has actually been perhaps the biggest leader amongst all of the states in making sure that they have accurate voter lists that are easy for eligible voters to get onto with accurate information. And Chris, I'm gonna start with you. If you can kind of put this into historical perspective and talk about kind of how Michigan evolved to where it is today with regard to the accuracy of its voter list.
So I'm the historical. So Michigan was first in the nation with motor voter back in 1975. Democratic Secretary of State, a Republican governor, got it done. And it was 1993 when Congress enacted it in the National Voter Registration Act. But think about it, every time a person registers a vote in a branch office, this person has proven their citizenship, their identity through documents that are necessary to get a driver's license. So the substance is there. And the second thing that happened later in the 1990s was the combination, the hitching together of the driver's license address and the voter registration address. No other state in this country does that. And that caused, there was some concern here. There were issues raised about that, but it has persevered for these years. And so now, every time you change your driver's license, your voter registration's automatically updated. You don't have to sign a separate piece of paper. You don't have to go to a separate office. Every time you go into a clerk's office and change your voter registration, your driver's license is updated. So these are services of state and local and county governments working together. One, for the benefit of the driver's license process, and two, for certain, the benefit of the voters in this state of keeping them on the files. We were one of the early ones to have a statewide voter registration file. My successor, Jonathan Brader, has maintained that and expanded that and provided more and more services to election officials all the way through for absent voter balloting is now all tracked through there. Everyone who is issued an absent voter ballot, that is included in this file. So the security is there and the ease of access is there. And that's really the key. The security to our system are the voters who actually show up to vote. Now, some people have a problem when the active voter registration file is in the 90 percentile. Some reason that's a problem. I think that's a great accomplishment. And it has been carried on through secretaries of state all the way from the mid-70s to the current Secretary of State, and Terry Lynn Land is here. She carried it on during her tenure and improved the system of voter registration. And so now, with Election Day registration, those that have gotten totally lost through the process, there's your last option to get in the door. Everybody thought that'd be a terrible thing, very insecure. It has worked beautifully. There's ID that is shown. There's not a security issue. It brings a lot of young people in on university campuses to vote. It's a great way to extend the hand of government to make sure that voters have that opportunity on Election Day. Some people put things off, and this is a way that we make sure they're in. So we are now moving shortly. Secretary is implementing, and Mr. Brader is working on pre-registration of 16 and 17-year-olds. So they will be pre-registered. And when they turn 18, they're ready to go. They don't normally come into Secretary of State's office when they're 18. That's not a normal change of the driver's license. So they'll be set, they'll be ready to go. And of course, our automatic voter registration has worked beautifully in terms of keeping our registration levels as high as they are.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And you raised a point. I think it's really important that, you know, if you look at Michigan's voter registration rate, which is probably in the low 90s in terms of active registered voters, it is among the highest in the country. But there are other states that are in that range too. And I think of a state that's led by Republicans like Georgia that has a registration rate right around that same number. And this is, and it's due to a lot of the similar policies, the integration with DMV, the ease of registration that they encourage. This is something that's not that unusual, and it should be celebrated as a model for other states, which is why I want to go to you next, Aghogho. We heard from Secretary Benson about some of the recent innovations, and also Chris mentioned same-day registration, automatic voter registration. Can you talk a little bit about the implementation of those and how it's gone so far?
Yeah, so back in 2018, we passed Proposal 3, which implemented same-day voter registration. Beforehand, you had to register to vote 30 days before the election, which was highly inconvenient for people just living their regular lives. It really came into practice in that general election in 2020, where voters all across the state in the midst of a pandemic were really attempting to assert their voices in the middle of a crisis. And so we have had a number of people over the course of these last few general election cycles register to vote on Election Day, cast their ballot absentee at their clerk's offices, and get their voices heard. I think in the last presidential primary that we just had in February, we had about 1,600 voters on Election Day register to vote and cast their ballot. So it's a one-stop shop. And the one innovation that we're going to have this year, particularly on our college campuses, where we see a lot of long lines with students who are waiting and procrastinating to the last minute. We obviously don't encourage that, but we all were young once. I'm still a little young, I think. We're going to have Election Day centers where a voter can go into their clerk's office, their satellite clerk's office, register to vote, cast their ballot, and actually put it in the tabulator. So it's a great innovation for clerks on our college campuses in Michigan.
Great. Now I want to go to Lisa and Justin. I'll go to you first, Lisa, because you two actually run elections. I mean, you're the ones who find polling sites. You're the ones who recruit poll workers. You work with your municipalities. Your local election officials do all that. What are you seeing on the ground? I'd mentioned before that bad voter registrations can lead to problems. They can lead to long lines, provisional ballots, delays in counting, things like that. What are you seeing on the ground with regard to how easy it is for voters to register, and then whether it's keeping you're making your job easier in terms of actually allowing for casting and counting of ballots? Lisa, let's start with you.
Well, the first thing I would say is that our elections can only be as secure as our voter list is accurate and functional. And so that's why it's just so incredibly critical to make sure that we're maintaining and maintaining our list, that we're cleaning up the rolls, and administratively, a lot of our clerks, to put the election on, we use that voter file for pretty much every single step. And so to make sure that that list is, and the QVF is functioning properly, so our clerks can do their job efficiently, that's critical. One other very important component of an accurate and up-to-date list is Michigan is now moving to automatic ballots, automatic absentee ballots. When somebody signs an application, they have the option to check a box that says, yes, I want to receive a ballot in all future elections. And there's no end date on that. And so the fact that ballots will be going out automatically to voters makes it that much more important that our list is accurate. One challenge I think we do see with our voter list is sometimes you have different iterations of names when somebody registers to vote or then moves or what have you. So you'll have like a Jonathan A. Smith or a Jonathan Smith, and they're the same people, but they're in there twice. So that kind of vigilance is really important. Our clerks do a great job, and I will say some of the members of our public have been just making clerks aware, hey, could you check this record? This could possibly be a duplicate. And that has been a help. Another challenge we face is making sure that voters, I think the term these days is adulting, right? There's a certain level of responsibility that our voters need to be aware of and take on themselves, and that is, if you're moving, don't wait forever to change your driver's license, because that will, the second you change your driver's license, that will update your voter registration. So really making sure voters are kind of playing their part in the process too.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's one of the reasons I think you all in Michigan probably feel particularly comfortable, because we know this from research. Voters, when they have a life event, they don't think to go to their election office. They usually wait until right before the election, to Aghogho's point about same-day registration. But they are most likely to think about going to motor vehicles, and knowing that motor vehicles record is going to update it right away. And also with regard to the duplicates, it struck me, and Justin, maybe you can talk about this along with some of the other points that Lisa raised. The ERIC data does identify, often with fuzzy name matching, to the people who might have similar names. I learned a statistic, if not the most common name, one of the most common names in the United States is Muhammad, and there are about 140 different ways to spell it in the English language, and making sure that you can identify when two records reflect the same person, but not do that badly, so you don't accidentally disenfranchise them when they're different. Justin, do you have any just general thoughts about that?
Well, yeah, and I think to your point, David, too, I mean, we are at a better place now today than we ever have been in terms of being able to use some of the tools to better serve voters. I think, for election officials on the front lines of things, when you're working, both on the advocacy and on the administrative end, I think it's really important that we balance. We have to have two things, right? Access and security. And there's always a balance where we are constantly making sure that our voters, that we're meeting voters' needs, And I would argue too, I think it's human nature probably. Yeah, college kids are a great example, but human nature is not as cool as we think we are. Unfortunately, I am not the first call when someone is moving, right, as an election official. And people do wait until election day when they realize, oh yeah, today's an election day, I need to vote. And so the ability that we've had just over the past, obviously the 1970s with motor voter was huge for us and set us up for success in so many ways. But the ability that we have today, the same-day registration system, as Chris was talking about a little bit, where, that's a live, connected, secure database where a voter is coming in, have to bring multiple forms of ID, they have to prove who they are before they are allowed onto the system. We can see the last time they registered and where that was, cancel that registration in a live database. And likewise, I think the qualified voter file is getting better and better with continual improvements as well. We've seen with this early voting, launch in February, the poll book, the electronic poll book system, which is a live database, is doing a lot of that work for us. And I think we just need to continue utilizing those tools that we have in front of us, both on the convenience and the security end, and that's why it's so important to engage in those tools.
So with those e-poll books, for instance, which you were using for the first time, if a voter has cast a ballot at an early voting site or has already requested a mail ballot and they show up at an early voting site, that shows up in the e-poll book, right?
Correct. It's showing up there live. It's a non-starter. You know, we can see the voter profile, but there's no way to issue that voter a ballot because it's identified in the system that they voted in a database that's updating every 20 seconds. And I think security around that database is critical. And I know the state, I will put in a plug for additional resources for our Michigan Bureau of Elections and for the Secretary of State's office. I think it is so critical that we make the right investments. And I think there have been the right investments made, but we need to continue making sure that those resources are there on the tech side. But it's a pretty complex process to even log in and get into the place where you are able to see the voter database in this live.
And you're saying that's a good thing.
And it's a successful thing.
That's a security feature, right?
Exactly.
If it's okay, I want to stay with you both for a second, Justin. You had alluded to the other ways of voting, early voting, mail voting. Lisa referred to the even kind of permanent absentee option that voters are going to have, which is something that's true in many other states. How's that working out with the implementation? Do you anticipate particularly, and we expect November to be a fairly high turnout election. I don't know if it's going to be as high as 2020, but it's going to be a high turnout election. Do you anticipate that spreading voting out over a number of days is going to yield benefits in terms of the administration and security of elections? Either one of you. Justin, you want to go first?
I think that ultimately we saw this a lot in 2020, right? It was really the first time that we had an election in the state of Michigan where vast majority of, well, all of our residents and citizens had the option to vote absentee, right? So that option was so expanded. And then, of course, we had that little global pandemic thing, and that, was a real impetus for people to want to vote by mail, maybe who hadn't, normally even thought about it before. And I think that was a major contributing factor to the success of our election day process. I got to tell you, I had administered many elections prior to 2020, and election day, the presidential election, was so smooth. I mean, it's remarkable. And it was because our lines we didn't have significant lines, right? I mean, that percentage, and I think, in my county, we were roughly 46% absentee for the November presidential. Our state primary was higher. We were almost 70% absentee for that. And so I think with early voting, that's going to be another example, right, of how we lessen the strain. I think that's a security issue as well, right? When there are more options, you are eliminating certain risk factors and allowing that process to flow more smoothly over multiple days. And I think that will be a success.
Yeah, kind of reducing the single point of failure that could occur on an election day and spread. I mean, if you have a catastrophic failure in a particular polling place on the first or second day of early voting, worst case scenario is people come back the next day, right? As opposed to if it happens on election day. Lisa, what's your experience?
Well, I would say with our multiple methods of voting, whether it's early voting, election day voting, or absentee voting, voters need to know what their options are so they can plan ahead and decide how are they going to cast their ballots. Early voting was first implemented statewide in this past presidential primary. Ottawa County, where Justin is clerk, and Kent County, where I'm clerk, we did this two different ways. They centralized in Ottawa County, where the county kind of ran the early voting sites. I love a decentralized Michigan election system, and at this time, because it's the first time, we have no baseline to know what to expect with early voting, we decided to continue on and have our local jurisdictions operate their own sites. So this first time around, it was I think they were overwhelmed and stressed. Our local clerks were certainly, but they are professionals and they are heroes, and they did such a great job. Only for us in Kent County to have 0.8% of our over 500,000 voters utilize early voting. And so of that, that's 3% of those who actually participated in the election. So it was a very low turnout. And that could have been could have been very frustrating given the energy, the effort, and the expense that goes into early voting. But I think the jury's still out. I think it's a little too soon to write off early voting. I think it's going to become more and more popular over the next, certainly the next couple elections, but definitely the next several cycles. The question is, who's going to make up our early voting population? Is it going to be the hundreds of thousands of absentee voters that we have, which now make up, I don't know that we're going to go back to lower than 40%. Most of the time, we'll probably see 50%. So is it going to be our absentee voters, or is it going to be our election day voters who are just, they're going to get it done, they're going to get it out of the way, because who knows what could happen on election day? Maybe a snowstorm, I don't know. So really, I think early voting has a lot of potential, and I really believe we can do it right, and we can do it securely. It's got the same systems that we put in place, bipartisan election workers, the ability for poll challengers to be there. So I think that's going to take off in popularity. I just don't know from where, or is it going to bring in a whole new set of voters?
Yeah, what other states have seen is that, first of all, as long as one side doesn't try to delegitimize one of these forms of voting, they don't really have a partisan effect. You're not, most states will say they don't see a strongly Democratic or Republican trend in early voting, but that you're going to see turnout much higher in November than you did for the primaries, of course. And what I think every state has seen is that it probably comes from both to some degree, but it does shrink the number of people who wait till the last minute on election day. In Nevada in 2022, you might remember there were some candidates who told everyone to wait for the last minute, and the problem was there was a huge snowstorm in western Nevada, which prevented some people from voting. So most voters vote with their feet, and many of them choose early. I want to shift to the counting process as we're moving on, and go to you, Chris, because you were working with the city of Detroit in 2020, correct? And you were at the TCF Center that year, and there was all kinds of rumors spread about what was going on in some of these counting centers. And those of us who work in elections know that counting is one of the most transparent, bipartisan observed processes that happens in every single jurisdiction nationwide. Chris, can you talk a little bit about that and why voters should trust the counting process here in Michigan?
Absolutely. I've had a long history of being in Detroit on election days and in their absent voter counting board, originally Cobo Hall. And September 11th, 2001, I was there, and Mayor Archer was on the stage talking to the workers on that terrible day, bolstering them about the job they were doing for democracy and to keep their focus on the work that was in front of them. There was a primary election in Detroit that day, as there was in New York City that day. And that I'll always remember, and your words were eloquent. The Absent Voter Counting Board in Detroit is something that no other county or jurisdiction can even come close to, with the exception of Oakland County, who's taken it on to count countywide. In 2020, we processed 174,000 mail ballots. And I dare say there's not many jurisdictions close to that. And it was done, of course, we had 10 hours of kind of a marginal pre-processing. We couldn't count them, but we could open the envelopes and do a few things. But essentially it came down to, okay, it's election day. The expectation is you're going to count all these ballots on election day. And then people step back and go, oh, but there are errors in balancing. Well, no kidding. You take 174,000 ballots and try to shove them through a process. And we went well into Wednesday with our counting. That's no longer the case. The Michigan legislature has given us 8 days of pre-tabulation where we can actually put ballots in the tabulators for 8 days. So instead of having this cavernous room in the now Huntington Place, formerly TCF Center, with 140 separate counting boards, we'll now have 50. And we will process those for 8 days plus election day in a very orderly, business-like, setting. And that's what we did in the presidential primary, and that's what we're going to do for the remainder of the year, as are many of the other larger jurisdictions in Michigan. And that's a godsend, because accuracy is what we want. Now, there's a lot of nonsense that went on and has been passed around about the TCF Center. Yes, they did put cardboard up on the windows because people were banging on single pane glass, and there were workers in close proximity. No, the challengers had not been removed from the room. Some had left for their lunch. We had already talked with both sides, Republicans and Democrats, on their numbers. They were both in excess of the minimum number, or the maximum number that they were allowed. There were groups of Republican and Democratic challengers moving around the room the entire afternoon. There was never a time when there were no challengers present to look at a particular table. And in fact, by that time, about half of the tables were done. And that's what resulted in the groups. Did we have a truck full of ballots come in at 3:30 in the morning? Yeah, we did. Everybody thinks that's a big deal. They were the last ballots of the day. They came in. We processed them.
They were the ones returned late on election day.
They're late.
Yeah.
They come in. They have to be entirely processed down at the clerk's office.
Yeah, let's clarify, they're not turned in late.
Oh,
They're
excuse
submitted
me.
by 8.
Yeah.
But it takes that long.
Yes, thank you.
Go
That
through the
is a very
verification
important
steps.
point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work that has to be done before they go into tabulators. Signatures have to be checked. You have to make sure that it's a registered voter, that they are the ones that were issued the ballot before they can even be brought down to Huntington Place to be counted. Needless to say, we've taken a lot of steps in terms of the control of that facility. We will not have a repeat of that. Janice Winfrey's done a great job, along with Daniel Baxter, of organizing that and putting together a very nice program. So I'm proud to be associated with them. It's a critical piece of the election. In 2020, we had 68% of the Detroit voters voted by mail. So that's leveled out into the 50 percentiles now, but it's an important ingredient. So. And we know we're targeted.
And as you
Just
noted,
to be blunt, we are targeted. So we're ready. You know, we're confident we can handle whatever comes our way. And I'll say also that the RNC worked last in 2022 to get Republican challengers and Republican workers. And my hat's off to them. They were good challengers. They were good workers. Major cities have a hard time getting Republican workers, just like some of the rural areas have a hard time getting Democratic workers. And so when they work in that vein, it's a good step forward.
If I could,
go right
just kind of add to that, I think you hit the nail on the head. What happened in 2020 at TCF, it was awful. And I think that what we saw was almost a perfect storm. So challengers are a really important part of the process, extremely important in helping to ensure accountability and helping to ensure the law is followed. But what we saw in 2020, I think, was confusion and I think was chaos. And those two things just kind of breed a very tense atmosphere because everybody's misunderstanding. You had, for these poll challengers, they have to be credentialed. They are trained and credentialed to be present in a counting board or in a voting location. But you had these very concerned citizens who were sent an email, a call to action, if you will. Get down there. We need challengers. We need you there. And so they didn't, I think genuinely, many of them didn't really know what they were doing, and they didn't know what they didn't know. So they get there. And there's a process that has to be followed. There's laws in place, and there are already credentialed challengers there. And so they don't understand the process, and so they're feeling rejected. They're feeling disenfranchised themselves. And then you had workers, especially in Detroit, who are truly fearful of COVID. And so you have this social distancing that they wanted to do and just to keep safe. Well, when you're challenging, sometimes you have to get close to view the monitor, the adjudication. And so there was just all of this storm that we just have never faced before. I hope we don't face it again, but it was ripe. And then when you're justified or not, when you're covering up, the polling or the counting board, it's not a good look. It's not a good screenshot, or so there were a lot of things that we can explain, but I'm hopeful that because these things aren't going to be in place, just like what you experienced in 2022, I'm hopeful we'll restore order in that process.
Can I just, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing on the poll challenger piece. That's actually how I started my career. In 2010, I was a poll challenger in Ann Arbor, and you're just supposed to observe the process, and if there's an issue, then you challenge. And yes, there was chaos in 2020 at TCF, but that chaos was purposeful. Each poll challenger is sponsored by an organization. And when I was with All Voting is Local, we sponsored some poll challengers. And it's on the sponsoring organization to train those poll challengers in what they're supposed to do. So when a group is sending people to a location without any training
Or
credentials, they're doing it for a reason. And we've seen this through the January 6th Commission. We've seen this through the various lawsuits, through the criminal procedures that were taking place in this country right now, that this was a purposeful decision to try and destabilize our democracy. And I think it's important to remember that aspect as we face what is going to be a very critical presidential election this November, because it's going to happen again, and we just have to keep our eyes open.
We've got to wrap up, but I just want to end on a quick point. And there was those last two comments were, Lisa, you had mentioned the confusion that a lot of citizens felt about the process, and I think we'd be remiss, and Aghogho, you pretty much mentioned this, that we didn't say that was fueled by rumors and lies that were being spread at that time. And one of the things I keep coming back to is one of the best antidotes against that confusion and misunderstanding of the process is volunteering to be a poll worker yourself and being trained and learning on this. And I'd just like to go down the line, anyone who wants to chime in on that, if you want to talk about the importance of volunteering to be a poll worker and learning about all the checks and balances and processes in place and why they're there.
So that is a major thing that people ought to be doing. And in 2020 is a good example. So the Detroit process was basically staffed by senior citizens. It's no mystery. It's like that in a lot of areas. And Janice Winfrey went out to the Divine Nine sororities, fraternities, said, hey, we need young people. And so we got young people that came in. They came in for the general election, realized that these senior citizens really didn't need to be exposed to the COVID situation. And we ran that for 10 hours on Monday all the way through 7 or 8 o'clock on Wednesday. And one thing I want to make very clear, there was never any chaos in the tabulation and counting of the ballots. That was not chaotic. That was methodically done. The chaos were from those who came in, and they were credentialed. They got credentialed on the spot. That afternoon, we wouldn't have let them in without credentials. And that's where the chaos came in. So we got all the way into Wednesday afternoon. It was run very well. Challengers had questions. It was not chaotic. It became chaotic.
Anyone else on the poll workers in particular?
I would just say, I think, honestly, there's one reason why I'm still doing this job. And I think 2020 and the past 4 years, as I'm sure Lisa can attest to, and probably everyone up here, has been brutal. It's been a really challenging season to be, in this role. But I think it is so critical because we're here, I'm here, to build trust in our system. People trust information from sources that they trust. And I think my job is to be somebody people in my community trust. And so I think there's the great conversations that we've been able to have with folks who have questions and concerns about the system is, hey, if you have a question or a concern about how ballots are sealed up, you could do it. You know, you could actually step up to this plate and sign off on on the seal process. You could be the person who is actually guaranteeing your piece of election integrity. And I think that is so critical. And I don't think it should go without saying that we in the election administration community have a role and have work to do in building trust. I think 2020 was a really great example of some of the things that ultimately needed to change. Sequestration of absentee ballot counting boards, where it was kind of an outmoded, statute in Michigan based on the fact when people used to be physically counting and people would see all these votes, right? Sequestration didn't need to be there, and now we've moved on from that process, which is really great. As Chris was mentioning, the pre-tabulation of ballots, where we're counting, we're lending more transparency to that process, where, if I'm a political party or an active organization, I don't have to call somebody at 3 in the morning and say, hey, you should probably get down to the counting center. I could say, why don't you show up at Monday at 10 a.m. and we can schedule that out, because this process is more transparent than before. And I think, making public our audit process, post-election audits in the state of Michigan did not used to be public until the constitutional amendment changed that, right? That is huge. And I think those are lessons learned, because I want to say it's really important as an election administrator not to say, woe is me, we are being, bombarded by all sides. And sometimes we are, but we do have a role in ensuring public confidence in the process. And that is so important. And I'm so encouraged by some of the things that have really happened along those lines.
I think education, transparency, and participation, those are the keys to establishing, bolstering, and sustaining public trust in our process. Because, elections are the bedrock of our republic. So I always tell people we have so many checks and balances built into our law. We have so many transparent opportunities for people to participate. And truly, I say, don't just take my word for it. See for yourself. And it's not just becoming an election worker. My 2 oldest kids, they're 18 and 17. Well, I'm sorry, 19 and 17, Mother of the Year. Since 2020, they've now taken on working our elections as election inspectors. And so that kind of participation is important. Becoming a poll challenger is important. But I'm telling you, attend these checks and balances. We test all of our equipment before every election, to make sure it's functioning properly, it's accurate, and those are open to the public. We have, after the election, we've got the county canvas, and I might be biased, but I get so excited about that. I think it's truly, I think it's one of our crown jewels. And that's where Democrats and Republicans meet to review all of the election material, paper ballots, paper tapes, paper reports. Paper is another key there. But they meet and they review precinct by precinct for every single voter site the election results that we reported, the election results that were printed. They make sure the number of ballots cast match the number of ballots that were issued. It is a very thorough process. And guess what? It's open to the public. Are you sensing a theme? Right? And Kent County was the first to open up our audits to the public. We rolled out the red carpet in 2020 to help dispel any concerns, just to let them come and watch. And those are all opportunities to participate.
We did it that year too. Just so
Ooh.
Not that there's any friendly competition.
Hey, no. Copycat.
Aghogho, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, we have a wonderful website, michigan.gov/democracy-MVP, where anyone in this audience can sign up to be a poll worker and serve and learn about the process firsthand. And that was put in place in the 2020 election cycle. And I don't think it's ironic to think that the voting tools that we have of early voting and absentee voting have helped people become a poll worker. Because it used to be, well, you had to figure out how you're going to vote on election day, so you have to kind of be a poll worker at your own precinct. Now you can vote ahead of time, and you have that flexibility to be a public servant. And every election cycle in this job, I've gone to different precincts all around the state. And what I've noticed is that there's, you typically have some poll workers who have been doing it for 20 years. They really, this is just a thing that they do every election cycle. And then there's a next group, as Lisa alluded to, of people who started volunteering in 2020. And we're refreshing the roles of poll workers. So it's really exciting for us to see that resurgence of public service as we head into a really challenging year.
That's amazing. So Justin mentioned that the one reason he's still in this job is the people that he gets to work with. And I just have to tell you, the one reason I'm still doing the work that I do is because of public servants like the 4 people up here. And there are hundreds of thousands of colleagues all over the country who work full-time in elections or part-time, and the millions of people who volunteer to be poll workers. So I hope you will all join them, and let's join in a round of applause for the 4 of these folks.
Thank you.
And now I am lucky enough to be able to tell you we have a 5-minute break. I know that's a little short, but we'll start up again in 5 minutes with the next panel.
Yeah, very hot.
position. And then, once the case was over, the lawyers were talking about community and family. And there was no animosity because they had different positions on the case.
If everybody could take their seats, we're going to try to get our second panel underway.
I'm glad they asked me to talk about, well, the Michigan Public Leadership Program is 12 Republicans, 12 Democrats. They're in each other's weddings. I mean, anyway, Gary.
Hey, Gary. Nice to see you as well. Oh, you as well. So you're without notes. I got all these notes here.
I have just one card.
I started to do that, but I didn't have enough time.
Yes, go right ahead.
So nice to be with you.
You as well. Thank you. You're quite busy.
Please, everyone, let's take our seats so we can keep our program on time.
So happy about it. How are you?
Damn quick.
Yes.
See you again. Thank you.
Great pleasure, honor.
I hope we can follow up sometime.
Would love it.
Thank you.
Good. I will follow up with you.
I'm well, yeah. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, it's good to be here. Thank you.
Water. Water is good.
Oh, we had an incredible experience. Really incredible. Ah, incredible.
Forever. How have you been?
All right, Judge, how you been, man?
Doing well. Good. Just trying to make it
Hey, how are you?
I'm
How are you?
doing well.
I'm doing okay.
How's everything? Good. Good. Heavy practice? Practicing heavy? Practicing heavy?
Yeah, a little busy these days. Busy with M1 rail and a bunch of elections.
Yeah, Jim. I knew Jim was here. I actually tried to get him as one of the panel members, but they had whatever they had. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I made the cut, but I'm happy to be here.
Well, it's because of the work that you do.
See you, brother.
Hard to catch.
So we have to, I'm glad he's here, because when I talk about...
Everybody could take their seats. We're going to get started in just a minute.
Now, I used to give Chris Thomas a hard time years ago when I had my first Court of Appeals race. Steve Corn ran against me.
Oh, my gosh.
We got somebody who knocked him.
Everybody, please sit down. We're going to get started now.
It was a good thing. He said access is a
All right, good afternoon.
You can have 2 or 3 minutes of my time.
If you were not here at the beginning, I'm Jim Townsend. I'm
Thank
the
you so much.
director of the Carl Levin Center for Oversight and Democracy. And I appreciate everybody coming back, and I know that was a short break. I am so thrilled to be able to moderate this second panel, which will talk about the work we need to do to strengthen civics education in this state and civility in this state. I'm going to spend a few minutes just doing a little attempt at a kind of state of civic education as best I can, sharing some facts with you about civic education. Then I'm going to introduce the panel, and we're going to get into some questions. And then we very much, like the first panel, hope that these discussions are really going to prompt you all, when you get into the breakouts, to talk about ideas, about solutions, about steps we can take this year, certainly with relation to the election, and in years now and in the future around civic education. So, a few facts I just want to share with you, at least one important fact. Roughly 3/4 of Michigan 11th graders are not proficient in social studies. That was the most recent data that we have. Social studies includes things like civics, history, and economics, all three of which are required for anybody who wants to get a high school diploma in a public high school in our state. So it's very clear that mandating the teaching of civics is not enough. We need to find more effective means of engaging students with how the democratic system works and how it affects their lives. Now, the good news is there is a growing statewide alliance called the My Civics Coalition, and it is bringing together educators, community leaders, nonprofits from all over the state to strengthen civic education, to build linkages, to figure out best practices and put them into practice. In the breakout rooms, you're going to see a couple of pieces of paper on this topic. One of them is a summary of the results of a 2022 listening tour that the My Civics Coalition conducted. They went around the state and interviewed teachers and students and folks involved in the system about what is working, what is not working, what they need to build a better civics education system. So what I'd like to do is quote a few of the findings, some of the words that came directly from the people in the civics education system we have. One student said, "So much of what we learn isn't real. At least it doesn't feel real because it is so far away and focused on the federal government. While that's important, we need more opportunities to demystify and invite us as students into the real local and state opportunities." A teacher said, "I'm scared. I live in fear every day for what I might be misinterpreted as to what I'm teaching. Self-censorship and daily stress is real. I need more learning." And finally, another student said, that was a teacher, a student said, "My school did not do any programs that required me to learn or interact with other students or with my government." So this is the sort of information we're dealing with, and this is part of the state of civic education in our state. Now, I don't want you to think that the state of civic education is all, bad. It's actually, there's a lot of great work going on. I want to talk about it for just a minute. The Michigan Center for Civic Education administers 3 extracurricular programs that enable students to build and demonstrate their knowledge in civics. They include a mock trial program, a program called We the People, and Project Citizen. I've got another sheet that's also going to be in every breakout room that summarizes some of these highlights of what is going on in civic education, so you have some information you can work with in your breakout groups. There's also a program that the YMCA runs called Youth in Government. And that is a program where students stage a mock legislature in the state capitol in Lansing twice a year. And I remember when I was a member of the legislature, the cleanest my desk ever got was when they asked me to clear my desk off so a student could sit in my seat in Lansing. As impactful, though, as these programs are, extracurricular efforts are no substitute for additional investment in innovative programs and in supporting and equipping our teachers. One example of an investment is something we're trying to stand up here at the Levin Center with the support of the state of Michigan. It's called Learning by Hearings, and it is a set of classroom materials that will enable high school students to learn about U.S. history and civics by adopting the lens of a legislative investigator. So it's as if Carl Levin, with his reading glasses perched on his nose, is inspiring a 10th grader to become an investigator of American history and American civics. So that's the program that we're still working on. There's a lot of work to do, but we think it has potential. But it's not the only program. There are many other programs that deserve support, and that summary will share information about them. Finally, there are some really important programs, and the Secretary of State's office really deserves credit for this, to engage students and get them involved with voting. And I want to make sure you know about these. One is called the Collegiate Student Advisory Task Force, and the other is the My Vote Matters program. Both of these programs deal with high school, selectively with high school and college, and what they do is they get students to know about how they can get involved with the electoral process, and it's awfully important that we get students engaged because it is our youngest voters are the ones who have the least amount of faith in our democracy. They're the ones who are most inclined to have doubts about whether it's all worth it. So we've got a tremendous amount of work to do. As to how we can restore civility to our political culture, we're going to talk about this on the panel. I'll just say, I'd like to quote my 11th grade Latin teacher, Mr. Moore, who used to say when he was trying to persuade us of the value of learning a dead language, "You are down on what you're not up on." In other words, the people, places, and cultures that we know least about, we are most likely to fear and loathe and even dehumanize. I began with education because I think civility starts with learning, and learning is something all of us can do no matter how old we are. We can also use the amazing tools that we have, the technologies that we have, to share facts rather than deep fakes, and to learn about each other and our all too common struggles. And with that, in the spirit of civil discourse, I'm going to stop my filibuster and turn things over to our 4 panelists who are going to discuss what we can do to make progress on civics education and civility. And I'm going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Reverend Dr. Wendell Anthony. Reverend Anthony is the pastor of the Fellowship Chapel, and he is the president of Detroit branch of the NAACP. He is also the originator of the Take Your Souls to the Polls voter registration program and mobilization program. Next, we have Ann Mervyn. Ann was a special advisor to Governor John Engler. She has had an extensive career in public affairs consulting and leading the Michigan Political Leadership Program. On the end is Gary Torgo. He chairs the board of Huntington Bank and is among many, many other positions and boards he serves and leads. He is chairman of Business Leaders for Michigan. I have to say, he is a graduate of Wayne State University Law School, and we are very proud that he is a member of the Levin Center's advisory board. And finally, we have Curtis Wilder. Curtis is a former justice of the Michigan Supreme Court, immediate past chair of the Michigan Chamber of Commerce, and a shareholder at the Butzel Law Firm. So I'm going to kick things off with a question that I'd like all of you to consider, and that is, given what you know about civics education here in Michigan, and sort of our general literacy of civics in our communities, what do you see as our best opportunities to strengthen civic education? Anybody want to just take a swing at that?
I'll go ahead and start. Again, my name's Ann Mervyn, and I'm co-director emeritus of the Michigan Political Leadership Program, which I had the privilege of co-directing for 20 years, along with some very distinguished Democrat colleagues, and it's a bipartisan program housed at Michigan State University, and I've trained as many Democrats how to run and hold office as I have Republicans. And it's been a real privilege. Many of those graduates are here in this room, and for that I'm grateful to see you and for your continued engagement in politics and civility in our state. I'll just talk a little. Do you want me to talk about MPLP for a little?
Sure, I mean,
okay.
Whatever you want to.
So the Michigan Political Leadership Program, and Terry Land has been a key advisor in West Michigan for our program. It's 24 fellows from all over the state, 12 Republicans, 12 Democrats, 12 women, 12 men. And they learn as much from each other as they do from anything that the co-directors coordinate as far as presenters and exercises and leadership and things like that. For example, for the 10 weekends, we intentionally have people share a room from another part of the state, from another party. And some of these relationships have gotten to the point where at one wedding of an MPLP fellow, she had the bride's family gave comments, the groom's family, and the MPLP classmates elected a representative to give a toast at her wedding. She had gone through a tough divorce, tough problems, and we become a family. So I have 600 mentees / family members all over the state of Michigan, for which I'm grateful. And as part of our process, we've had exercises where we've had Republicans become Democrats for a day and see what kind of pressure points those individuals have to go through as far as this is what it's like to be a legislator who's going to have to lobby for labor. And you Democrats, this is what it's like to be, and I assume Jim in the back and my friend here, been active in the chamber, represent business. So they walk in other people's shoes, both rural areas, urban areas, just to get a feel for what other parts of the state. People shared with me all the time, and I had never been to Grand Rapids before. I had never been to Detroit before, never been to the UP. So that's how we try to create civility, is building through relationships, as well as the content we present on campaign finance, running campaigns, with an emphasis on ethics and compliance. And so we talk a lot about the legal structure of running and how that ensures integrity of elections.
Jim, you mentioned the young person who said it didn't feel real. Yeah. And I think that experiential learning is key. I'm the board chair at Interlochen. I've been associated with Interlochen since 2006, when my daughter graduated from there. And their civics education, their government program, really gets students involved, visiting the Capitol, seeing actually what happens. They have opportunities to interact with local legislators. You mentioned youth in government. One of the students there actually wrote a bill. One of the Interlochen students participated in youth in government, wrote a bill on access to financial data and transparency for all legislators. He actually sent it to the Michigan legislature and said, I think you ought to pass this transparency bill. But he got very energized about talking to me, talking to others, on how to write a piece of legislation and how to impact what's happening in our community. So I think experiential learning is critical for young people to get involved and see how there's a difference that can be made. I got involved because I went to Buckeye Boys State. I'm a recovered Buckeye. I'm a Michigan guy now. But having gone through Boys State, having actually tried mock trials, having a court rule against me, and then tell me the reasons, and I didn't believe the reasons were appropriate, spurred me to go to law school. And that's what our young people need, opportunities to participate.
First of all, let me thank Mayor Archer for convincing me of the necessity to be a part of this. It's hard to tell Dennis no, but we're glad to be here. And I feel empowered being around all you lawyers and judges. I know if something happened, I got some lawyers around me. I went to Central High School, not Cass or Renaissance or any of the others. And before you left the C, you had to take civics, you had to take government, you had to be engaged in that. And I'm so glad I did. That's not necessarily the case today. It's interesting that last week I had a conversation with the head of the Detroit Board of Education on this very issue relative to the necessity for civics, social studies, and training. A lot of our young people don't even know the differences in the branches of government. They don't know the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government. That's not their fault, that's our fault, because we have allowed this to fester. There's an African proverb that says, one does not begin the journey on the day the journey begins. This journey, as to where we are right now, began years ago. And it really has manifested itself, and the chickens have come home to roost, and they're roosting on us. because we have allowed it to occur. We are literally in a war. We are literally in a war for the preservation of our quality of life. Whether or not we're going to be who we is or whether or not we're going to be who we ain't. And that has to do with going forward as a democracy or an autocracy. And it really was enhanced when Barack Obama became president. And all hell broke loose. And everybody went crazy and began to develop Tea Partyism and a whole lot of other isms to prevent him from being successful and to make sure that never would happen again. It also was enhanced as a result of when Shelby versus Holder became the law of the land, and the Voting Rights Act was gutted. And states went crazy trying to develop laws to prevent black and brown people and others from voting. The largest voting bloc, I'm told, is those young people 18 to 29. And yet laws are being created and crafted to keep them from voting. So when you couple the fact that we're not teaching civics education and it's not being engaged in our country, and we have the fact that we have to fight daily to misdirect the miscommunication and misinformation and disinformation that comes from those who would be our leaders, it makes the job very difficult. When you got a guy who should be in jail right now, who's still running to be the President of the United States of America, our young people see that. They're not stupid. This cat should be in jail. We all know that. And so we have to deal with that. When we see the fact that people are using laws to keep them from voting, hundreds of bills in all legislative bodies across the country that we have to fight. Here in Michigan, we're blessed because we happen to have a governor, secretary of state, and a legislative body that was able to redirect that. And the people stood up and said, oh, no, this ain't gonna go. And opposed to being at the bottom, we came to the top. So how do we engage all of that? We engage by still pushing and mandating as much as books are being banned and laws are being crafted and college districts are being gerrymandered and congressional lines have been redrawn, and we got to fight all that at the same time. We fight on several fronts at the same time. We have no choice. And so how do we deal with that? We engage our young people. We engage our school districts. We cannot allow them to go back. We must insist upon civic education. Here in our church, in our communities, we teach it from our church. We have classes. We have mock trials where young people, through our Rites of Passage program, everybody don't do it, but we do it. Our Rites of Passage programs for boys and girls, because we know they ain't getting it in school, so it's incumbent upon us to teach it through a Christian education school.
Reverend
We do the Ocean Suite trial, and I know I'll be throwing a minute. Gary gave me 3 minutes of his time.
I want to come back to it, though.
Then you.
I did, absolutely.
Okay,
I want to ask you a question later about
okay.
specific tactics.
But let me just say this.
Okay.
You asked me, man, so I'm just, my apologies.
You did say something about the Holy Spirit the other day.
I will come back to you. I want everybody to hear more about something you've done locally and how they might apply to this question. But I do want to recognize Gary to talk about things from his perspective.
Thank you very much. First, it's great to be here, and Rev, you can have as much of my time as you want. First, just being in this room, I'm a graduate of Wayne Law. It certainly didn't look like this when I was around, and I think the Secretary of State had a lot to do with this, and we're grateful to you for everything you did. And in the room, I probably could say that I learned the creation or the combination of civics and civility from a few people that are sitting in the room and some that are not. Carl Levin, who is one of my dearest friends, I once asked him if I should run for public office, and he said, absolutely, just not for the U.S. Senate in Michigan. Mayor Archer, who is one of my mentors, I'm here today because of him, really taught us the sort of the creation of an institution and a community that can teach civics and can be civil and can be in political office. You talk about those that aren't civil and don't act with civility. It really is, in so many ways, that creation of, or a combination of civics and civility. I have the privilege of supporting a project called the Civility Project, which is today a well-established program in Michigan that is run by Nolan Findley and Stephen Henderson, two people who couldn't agree on almost anything in the world, and came to visit with me and said, you know, we want to have a project that really can perform together a community of civility from two people who almost can't agree on anything but really like each other. And that really is the foundation for civility. And when you have political people that can work together, maybe at opposite ends of the spectrum, but can get together and work together, that's really what we should be doing in our education for children today. I work in business, and businesses with a purpose have a much better chance of success than those that don't. Civility is really a code word for kindness and unity and doing the right thing. And when you teach our young people today about those sort of opportunities, you could teach them to do anything. When they can work with each other, they could talk to each other, they come from very different backgrounds. Our bank supports a program called the SWAG Award, Students Wired for Achievement and Greatness, where we give scholarships to young people in Detroit to go to college. And I have the privilege of interviewing them. And we also give a scholarship program in Dearborn Heights. And we teach those students that if they want our scholarships, they need to practice civility amongst each other. We give them internships to come to the bank, and we teach them how to perform business in a civil way. I'm in the banking business. Today, the banking business is very complicated. But the truth is that banks really are, in so many ways, the stepping stone to opportunity for people. And it's our job to make sure that people have that opportunity. And when they come in front of us for a loan and they show us there are 3 C's of banking, there's cash and there's credit, and in most respects, there's character. And character is really built from the kinds of things that Reverend Anthony is talking about. So bringing together this room to talk about civility, civics, political office, the kinds of things that Ann talks about every day, are really the opportunity for us to change the society that we live in, to bring people to the level of leadership who understand that if you do it in the right way, you can think very differently, but if you behave in a way that creates a civility and a society that is civil with each other, much more can get accomplished, and those are the mentors that I have in the room here today.
And you wanted to
Yeah,
chime in
I
on
just
that?
wanted to, first, all these comments have been very, very powerful. I wanted to share that when I was preparing for this yesterday at home, I came across this notebook, and it's a notebook of training that I did for Moroccan women almost 19 years ago, when the Moroccan king, as kings can do, said that 25% of their parliament must be women. And I flipped open a page, and the first thing I see is item number 1 that I have shared not only with the Moroccan women, women from Syria, Cambodia, other international work I've done, personal integrity. And that is a very, it's a value I learned from my parents, and from Dennis knew my dad at Dickinson Wright, and
Let me push back a little bit, not on you
Yeah.
personally, but just
Right.
personal integrity. What do we do, whether we're a corporate, in a leadership role in a corporation, or from the pulpit, or from the court, or from the civic space, when we have
Yeah.
people in public life who are not demonstrating even the basics of of integrity, who are misleading us. They don't seem to be paying a price. What can we do to change that so they do see some kind of consequence for that?
It's little doing, even little things of holding them to account in letters to the editor, public comments, social media. We make little, I went to an event last night at the Gerald Ford Library, and there was one yesterday too in the museum where the Carter Center and the Gerald R. Ford Library people are coming together to talk about how those two presidents worked together. And so we have to share examples of how there have been leaders that disagreed but could do it in a way that had integrity, an intellectual point of view that they argued, and not the personal attacks that we have going on today.
I can tell you, one of the things that we did here in Detroit, right after the George Floyd murder, brought a number of corporate leaders together to address that issue, what we could do, DEI, and what they were doing to offset them, because they were just as upset as we were. In addition to that, a couple of years ago, there was a move to develop 33 bills in Michigan, voter suppression bills, the mean 33. And we pulled together corporate leaders, because corporate leaders and businesses have political action committees. You fund these people. You provide money to them. So when people are trying to suppress the right to vote, not the black vote, that too, but the vote, everybody has a stake in voting. And so when you suppress the right to vote, you're hurting everybody. So we got them to sign on to an agreement where they would contact the folk that they support in the legislative body to say, no, we don't support that. And we are monitoring you. We're looking at you. That's a tangible action that corporate and business leaders can take. We know there are Republicans and Democrats and independents in every company that we have here. Fine. Everybody has a stake in voting. And so when you're trying to suppress the right to vote, there's an avenue for you to assert yourself without calling any name. Just send it out there and say, we're monitoring what we're seeing, and they backed off. And that was not passed. And that's a tangible act in addition to writing letters. Sometimes a letter just don't do it. You got to bring them in and to let them know that you're monitoring. My grandmother used to send me a note, but sometimes she showed me a strap, and to the degree that a note won't do it. And I'm just simply saying that sometimes we got to show them a strap. Your strap is how you support them financially. They depend upon that. That's a tangible action that companies and corporations can take.
Curtis, I want to turn the conversation. I'm going to stay on leadership, because then I want to talk about more of the grassroots actions that can be taken. But I want to talk about the legal profession. You've served in many capacities where you've been involved and seen lawyers behave and misbehave. What is your assessment of what's taken place in the last few years here in Michigan, particularly where we've had lawyers, attorneys who have misused their position as officers of the court? Have there been adequate consequences? Do you think the system is working? If not, what might we do to create consequences so that people don't misuse their power in that way?
Well, the system is slow, perhaps slower than it should be, but the things that should happen are happening. People are being sanctioned, as they should be. People are, in some instances, being disbarred, as they should be. In some instances, criminal charges have been filed, and that process will play itself out. Lawyers have a responsibility to zealously advocate on behalf of their clients, and they do that even when the causes are unpopular. But they also have an obligation sometimes to say, no, we can't do this. This isn't consistent. The facts aren't there. The law isn't there. And so there's a dual responsibility for lawyers, and the courts will act when they should. But there's also a process. There's due process. Everyone has due process. to retain their law license. Everyone has due process. If you're sanctioned, you can appeal that, and there are multiple appeals. And we just saw an appeal end up at the Supreme Court where the Supreme Court declined to hear the case. But that took 2 years, 3 years, for that case to wind its way through the process. So it does work, and I think courts have to continue to insist on appropriate conduct and step forward when the lawyers have violated their oath of office.
I mean, but that process does take such a long time that the damage can wreak havoc on our system, and it doesn't seem, at least I think there's a wide perception that the attorneys, at least so far, some have been sanctioned, some have lost their licenses, but it does seem like it's somewhat out of proportion to the harm that's being done.
I think the courts can also speak when they're not on a particular case. They can also talk about that in their written opinions. I know that there are a lot of judges that are out there speaking about civility and an appropriate conduct on behalf of lawyers. In addition, I think it's appropriate to watch and maybe broadcast how the judges treat each other, not only in their written opinions, but also in their interactions during oral argument. The court can serve as an example of appropriate behavior. And it's appropriate to disagree, but there's a way to do it. And you should model that. The courts should model that.
Are there ways in which the legal profession, we've got many representatives of the legal profession here in the audience and going to be in breakout groups. Are there ways in which lawyers can get directly involved in strengthening civic education or civility? I mean, these two things support each other, but what sorts of ideas? I'm opening it up to everybody.
You've talked about some of them already. I mean, the state bar is involved in a lot of civics organizations. There's mock trials, there's moot court. There's the Michigan Chamber is involved this year with a Civics Bee, where they're having students write on particular projects, and lawyers who are members of the chambers can get involved in that, and they should be involved. I think, that, again, having the students have experiential learning in the courtrooms to see how things are done and see how they aren't done is a critical way for the courts to educate on the appropriate way to have disputes.
Gary, how do you see the business community viewing the issue of civic education? What do you think, or do you think there is kind of a business case for strengthening this system? And if there is, there seem to be some solid efforts that you're very involved with, but are there ways to get a greater group of businesses involved, larger numbers of businesses really getting involved in trying to strengthen the system?
You know, business people have a great effect on who becomes our political leaders. There's a system that we have in America where people, in order to win offices, have to get elected. And those elected officials are the people that choose judges in many ways. And I think it's up to the business community to encourage those that they're supporting to have those conversations before they get elected and then before they're making these choices. And to be able to say to them, you know, we're looking for a certain brand of civility, we're looking for a certain brand of leadership. I remember I had a conversation with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Tony Blair, and I said, tell me, what was the best lesson you learned as Prime Minister? And he said, the best lesson I learned was not to make any enemies on purpose, because you make a lot of them by accident. And I think that's a great lesson. The leaders of our community, if we want to encourage the right people, we have to have the right dialogue before they come into office. We have to have a conversation with those that are choosing judges and making decisions about the kinds of people they want on the bench. They don't always have to be the person that is going to represent the best partisanship. It's the kind of person that's going to represent the best qualities that our young people are going to see. I work for a very large company. We hire a lot of lawyers. We have conversations with the lawyers we hire all the time to tell them we're not just looking to win, we're looking to be able to do things appropriately. And sometimes we make mistakes, and we want you to represent us, not to be the greatest advocate only, but to be the fairest person, to be able to show the kinds of qualities that we want to be as a company. And we say it to our colleagues all the time. For us, it's not just getting the best interest rate. It's not just making the most money. It's not getting our shareholders to have the highest prices of stocks. It's us for us to do the right thing. And I have seen in my business, I've seen in my life that when companies do the right thing, they encourage people to behave in a certain way, it's good for business. You make money. I was having a conversation with Reverend Anthony recently. The whole concept of diversity and inclusion, business people are starting to understand and realize that it's not just our civic duty, it's good for business. It makes a difference. When people see that you've got a diverse environment, where you see that you're trying to do the right things, where you're not just trying to make the last dollar, it's an encouragement for people to behave in a certain way. So when our politicians are elected, before they get elected, we have these conversations. I've sat on a couple of committees that choose judges. Same conversation when you're interviewing that person. It's not necessarily what party you emanate from. It's how you're going to behave when you now have that black robe on and how you see people. The compassion, the requirements to have compassion. It makes a huge difference, and I think that's really where business can have the greatest influence.
And I want to ask you a little more about the Michigan Political Leadership Program and maybe some other programs that you work with. We see a lot of people in public life, and I'm not sure how many of them have been through MPLP, but there are people who campaign and use rhetoric in such a way that really make it hard to govern. You know, they scorch the earth either with other people they're serving with, or they create an environment where compromise is just absolutely unimaginable. And yet our system is really not built that way. Our system is built around the idea that you've got to have compromise. Are there things that you think at that leadership level we can do to try to help these folks see that when they are elected, it's going to be a lot harder to govern if they get to office that way, if they enter office by creating by destroying relationships and not acting in a civil way? Is that naive, or is there some way we can move forward to try to build that notion?
Oh, gosh. Don't ask me any hard questions if I don't answer.
I'm sorry, these are just hard questions. This is hard stuff.
Yeah, it is hard stuff. And I guess through my experience, having worked in the legislature and the legislative process for 30-some years, and in a small way, it comes down to building relationships and getting to know people. And, you know, one of the things I've seen over the years from when both parties were in control one year or the next year, it's changed, you know, in Lansing. But people coming from West Michigan, Northern Michigan, spending a day in Detroit and going, oh my gosh, you know, I'm learning some things. I'm meeting some amazing people that I never knew about. Taking people from all parts of the state, and legislators do that. They go visit each other. And it's an intentional process. It doesn't happen all the time organically. It has to be intentional. Mm-hmm. And it comes down to who is sitting in the legislature that's going to lead with that intentionality. That's been my experience.
Now, we're starting to run short of time. We've got about 5 minutes left. But Reverend Anthony, I do want to turn to you, but I really want the entire group to talk about this issue, which what can we do at a more grassroots level? Are there some things that have worked in your experience in the many programs that you've been involved with that have tried to change people's lives? How could we scale some of those things up? I mentioned at the beginning a bunch of really terrific civic education programs that are this big and could be much bigger. Just talk a little bit about your experience. What seems to work at the local level that might have some potential to scale?
One of the things I would suggest a person to think about, the NACP, we have what we call Ask the Lawyer. That's a program of engagement that lawyers participate in with people in the community, grassroots folk in the community. You take an hour of your time and you come and people come and you talk to them, they talk to you about their situation. That's direct engagement, and you don't have to take their case, but you can show them how they can be on the case and what they need to do. That's a direct level of engagement. I think the Secretary of State, Benson, talked about the advisory committees that she's set up around the state where we can talk about election protection and engagement. Our Take Your Souls to the Pros program is not just a phrase, it's a program. It deals with education, motivation, protection, and participation, and engagement of the community, information for the community, protection once you vote, and participation to get out to vote. And so it's being used all around the country now. And so and part of that is lawyers being engaged, just being on duty and available to engage in the process to make sure the rights of the people are respected. So it really is up to you in terms of what it is you want to do. If there's a willing heart, there's a willing head.
Curtis, how does that sound to you? I mean, he's obviously, Reverend Anthony's talking about lawyers and how they can do more. Does that sound feasible? Or are there ways, are there some avenues you can imagine?
There are a lot of bar associations that do exactly that. Have Ask a Lawyer Day. That's useful. You know, I was at Huntington Place in 2022. There were a handful of lawyers there. And the process worked well because when there was an issue, people talked to the lawyers, and the lawyers worked it out. Conversations with Chris Thomas, and there was no drama because people could hear from lawyers, this is appropriate what they're doing. You don't have an objection. Or if there was a question, there was a conversation, and it got worked out. So there's the old saying, if you want to get something done, ask a busy person. A lot of people are busy, but there's another way to engage, and we need to engage even more in the process. And the last thing I would say, there was talk about integrity and empathy. We don't talk about that enough. And our students should be taught about integrity and empathy, because having empathy is different than just, I have my position. You have to hear somebody else's position. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. This is how we're going to change the current coarseness of our society.
Well, I think our time is up. Please join me in thanking our panelists to taking up these really difficult issues. Thank you so much. Dan Quick is going to come up and talk about the breakout groups.
Reverend?
All right, you've done a lot of listening. Now it is time to do some talking. If you look on your name badges, you all have a little dot that is a color. When you step outside this room, there will be some very nice chaperones with sheets of paper with colors, and they will escort you to the breakout rooms that you are assigned to. We tried to shake it up in terms of geography and walk of life, et cetera, in these breakout groups. You have a sheet to use to help guide you in your discussions. Obviously, you've heard the pillars of this presentation, and that's the focus of those groups. And we're really focused on hearing from you what can be done institutionally on a long-term basis to promote these goals of belief in our election system and civics and civility. We want you back here in this room at 4-ish. Is that right, Elizabeth? Okay, around about 4, your chaperones will gather you up. Now, no dilly-dallying. We want to get you back here. There are cocktails at the end of the day, but before that, we have Secretary Johnson to hear from, and we, more importantly, want to hear all of your thoughts. So, gather up. Thank you, folks.
Where do you want to start? Right here in front of our names.
If I could have your attention, if everybody could return to their seats, we're going to hear from breakout groups, and then we're going to hear from Secretary Johnson. If you could please return to your seats as soon as possible. Okay, I'm going to ask everybody who was the moderator or spokesperson for their breakout group to come and sit in the front row. Aghogho is modeling this behavior by sitting in the front row. I didn't either. All right, keep coming. We really want to get everybody up and sharing their thoughts as soon as possible. Okay, I'm going to wait one more minute. All right. All right, I'm going to go in no particular order because I don't have one. Does the red team have a representative who wants to stand up and share what your team talked about? Blue team. Aghogho. You have the mic. You have 1 minute. 1 minute, because we've got a...
1 minute. So no filibusters here today. No way. So one of the main takeaways that we took from our discussions is that bipartisan solutions will be key. We also had a special emphasis on freedom of press because we understand getting information that's clear and accurate out to the public is going to be very key in this election cycle. But there are different ways to do that. There's through social media, peer-to-peer communications, and through school extracurricular activities. We also discussed a number of barriers to getting out this information. There's misinformation that's taking place throughout our citizenry right now. There's a digital divide. Elected officials are performing for the gram, but not actually engaging with the community. We need elected officials to get out of the community and listen. We need to tie the issues of the day to what it means to vote so that everyone understands what's on the ballot and what's at stake. There's a need to talk about the importance of local government because that makes it easier for voters to understand why voting matters, and then that kind of spreads to the importance for federal elections and statewide elections. In terms of what wasn't covered here today, more of a focus on the law and legal concepts. Education on voting has to be ongoing, not just sporadic type things. And I think that was about it from our group. Is that a minute?
Thank you. That was a minute. Perfect. Okay. Anybody from the orange group?
All right, I'm the orange group. So our group, we're talking about the top three takeaways, the importance of organizing and acting, both at the grassroots level as civic engagement and civic organizations, but also as individuals getting involved in ways other than just the voting process, so working through the process as well. Civic education and the importance of starting that process when kids are young and really reinvesting and re-engaging in the civic education of our young people and how much of a difference that makes in their perception. and the ways that elections are transparent and accessible. I think it's some of the things we talked about in terms of how do we best increase the trust of people in Michigan. We need to get to people where they are in terms of multiple touch points, engaging them and the need to use different tools in which to do that, and then encouraging participation in the process, again, kind of re-emphasizing the fact that it's really important to work through the process if you have questions and engaging people in that way. I talk about this a lot as an election official, but I think election officials are normally nerds. I know I am. You're data-driven kind of a mentality, right? You want to get things done. But over the past several years, we've also had to be communication experts, and the importance of really engaging in the public confidence level and making sure that we are focusing on that, but that also we have the resources to focus on that. Oh my gosh. It's up? All right, thank you.
All right. Sorry, I have to be this way. Yellow team, Team Yellow. We have a Team Yellow. Andy, come on up.
So we ended our conversation with trying to understand the degree to which the polarization is the fault of the publics, or is it the fault of our leaders, or both, and to what degree? And we, I think, thought that was at least an interesting, important thing to think about when addressing remedies. We started our conversation with going over root causes of the polarization and the nonpartisanship, or the extreme dysfunction in our politics. One of them was just a failure of leadership standards. Another was the tendency to look backward and relitigating the past rather than looking forward. Another one is this new idea that there is a winner-take-all mentality. Another one is just social media and too much access to too much information that is just, is that me already? Yeah. Too much orientation. And so what are our solutions? Our solutions are building intergenerational communication and greater accountability by the voters.
Thank you, Andy. All right, Purple, Team Purple. Come on up. Aaron, thank you.
All right, Purple. Let's do it. All right, Aaron Burrell, Dickinson Wright in Detroit. We had a lively discussion for our Purple team. First, start them when they are young. We emphasize that it's very important that this educational process begins at the very early stages of education. Accountability was absolutely critical, and actually not just having education for our children, but Democracy Academy for adults. We talked about what didn't come up, the obligation as lawyers to prevent cases coming in that have absolutely no merit, and the obligation is professional. It's something that we should emphasize more of. The fact that there are substantial problems at Huntington Bank or Huntington Place, but those were bipartisan. Not Huntington Bank, Huntington Place. Certainly, those were bipartisan, and I think that that needs to be emphasized. Harold Pope did a good job of talking about that. More training for election challengers specifically. Election challengers need specific guidance as to what their role is and how best to execute that. We talked about transparency, civic education, and making sure that people ultimately have a voice. Having a voice is the most significant barrier. We need that people ultimately feel that the election system is working on their behalf. That's what we need the most. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, Team Pink.
Very timely. Does the walk up here take away from my time?
No, I haven't started the clock.
All right, good. Team Pink came up with a lot of the same emphases that we've already heard, but we had a lot of discussion about the need to break down the silos in communication in order to rebuild trust in our institutions, and that trust can only come through transparency and consistency. We went sort of from the micro level, like how do we use trusted institutions that already exist, churches, Scouts, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, to take their credibility and take their participants to the voting places, to the public events, such as we heard from our elections panel. We also, our big audacious idea was that the institutions themselves that have been drained of some trust need some sort of structural rehabilitation over time, and this is going to be a long process. And that we want to break down the silos between the legal community and the academic community and government in terms of how to address these problems.
Okay, Team Black.
Well, we had a very diverse group, a township clerk, circuit court judge, an attorney engaged in election law, voters not politicians volunteer, and a Secretary of State office representative. And the group was very supportive of what we heard today. A lot of conversation about the importance of experiential learning for our kids. But one comment was, we need to celebrate our history. Yes, we have a flawed American history, but there's much to celebrate about how our Constitution was created, has been preserved, and needs to be strengthened. And that reminded all of us that it's not just our teachers that we need to work with, it's all of us in our families, parents, grandparents, those of us who are helping to raise our children, getting them informed about history, engaged in the election process. Finally, Justin Roebuck is my county clerk, and I had to put in a word about the need to support our local clerks. They are trusted voices for the most part around the state, and if we encourage them to get out and interact with citizens, we can help to offset the kind of social media information that is really misinformation about our elections. So it was a great conversation. Final word, when I looked at our group, we've all filled out volunteer forms. We need to keep the conversation going and do networking about how we can support each other in our various roles. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Paul. Okay, Team Brown.
That's you. Okay. All right. I'm John Paris. I'm a citizen, I guess is the best way to describe me. What we talked a lot about was the audience. We got a lot out of the presentation today, and a younger audience would have really added to this. Kids need to understand what's going on. I guess the other thing we talked a lot about was what really comes home is how intentional, all this disinformation and the rest of it, how that was something that really struck us. Things that came up that shouldn't have, or that should have rather, were some of the impacts in our politics, like, for example, the Israel and Palestine, how that's now, in addition to threats from other countries, there's also these things impact our internal politics as well. The best to get more trust in election, I think, is to tape the gentlemen that were on this panel talking about the election interference and the lack, election, what's the word I'm looking for here, fraud and lack thereof. I think that's a powerful thing you do. I would upload that on Facebook tomorrow. I put it out there every single day. And that's another thing. We think that civics education, that if it's in the schools, is not in the schools, that's insane. Every kid should have to take it. They made me take gym, they made me take typing, they can make me take civics. We are really blessed in this country, and our kids, somehow that's gotten lost, and I think we can bring it back to them. The other way to educate, we had another good one, getting people more involved in being an election inspector. I myself have become one recently, and when you see how the process works, you realize in about 10 seconds that the election stuff is just false. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Team Red. Great, David.
So Team Red completely ignored the instructions, just had a really nice conversation about democracy for 30+ minutes. But some common themes were the need for civic education, the need to incorporate disagreeing with those that we disagree with politically civilly, like not seeing these people as our enemies. And then another theme was the idea that we are constantly being inundated with messages. It's not just the other guys, it's us who are being inundated with messages that are designed to anger us and get us to share them. People are farming our rage, and we should be aware of that, and people should avoid falling victim to that. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right. We have one more team, but the spokesperson for that team had to leave. It's a green team. So do we have anybody from the green team that feels comfortable sharing? Ooh, it looks like we do. I have this sheet if you want to. Okay, great. I won't need the timer then.
Just to end it on a light note, we decided that the return of Schoolhouse Rock was really the answer to everything.
Well, we at the Levin Center are big fans of Schoolhouse Rock, except it doesn't talk about oversight, which is a minor problem. One thing I would clarify is that actually civics is required for graduation in the state of Michigan. The challenge, yes, the civics teachers up there are now applauding. But the problem is that, for good or bad, we have a very decentralized system here in Michigan. There is no state curriculum. The state board, the state Department of Education cannot and do not even recommend curriculum. That is the system we have. Now, we can talk about changing that system, but that is the system we operate in. So it really does call upon us to elevate really effective practices and programs. And yes, Linda. Excellent point, Linda. Thank you for that. I think many of the folks gathered here who are going to pick up all of this information should bear that in mind. And with that, I will say thank you so much. And I think I'm now going to recognize Mayor Archer. No, I'm not going to recognize Mayor Archer. Oh, yes, but I thought you were going to introduce him. I'm sorry. Secretary Johnson. Is somebody else going to? I thought. Are you going to introduce him? So that's what I thought you were going to do. Okay.
Let me just say, as it relates to the comment about the what to do now, that something you'd hope might have been said as opposed to waiting for something. The reason why we're having this hearing in the first place is because the Democracy Task Force said we need to hear what's going on around the country. What does each state, and there's 7 states, we're the 7 states that were looked at when there was some concern about were the votes being counted, were the machines working, et cetera. And we are blessed to have 2 of the co-chairs here. And we've heard from Judge Luttig, but now I want you to hear from Secretary Jay Johnson. He has been where many of us would like to have had an opportunity, and when he got the opportunity, he delivered for our country. And he did an outstanding job, was a great example, and there was a lot of working together, cross-pollination of everything when he was the Secretary of Homeland Security under President Obama. It's been my honor to know him and know about him and what he's accomplished. and after he finishes, I'm going to come up with another comment. Jay, please.
Thank you, Mayor Archer, who's been a friend and a family friend to my late uncle, and my wife, and his wife. I'm a citizen like you. I'm a concerned citizen. You know, we say in this democracy that the status of citizen is the most powerful position to occupy. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm concerned about the future of our democracy. We learned in the last 8 years that our democracy really is fragile. We'd like to say that we have the most enduring democracy on earth, and we like to brag, we at least used to like to brag, that we always have peaceful transfers of power. We can't say that anymore. I decided to wait until I got here and listen to some of the speakers before I settled on what I would say. I'm in the unenviable position of being last before the cocktail hour. You may need a drink after you're done listening to me. It's a pleasure to be here with some friends. It's a pleasure to be back in Detroit. I am the proud owner of a Shinola watch. No matter how old I get, I'll always be able to read the face of that watch because it's so large. I had the honor of once doing an event with John Conyers, John Dingell, and Debbie Dingell. They stood right next to me, and I said to the audience, standing to my right is over 120 years of distinguished public service. And Debbie did not hesitate to say, but she was only one of those years. So this issue that we talked about here today transcends politics. Democracy is like water. We all benefit every day in our lives by water. We don't always wake up in the morning and say, thank you, water. But as soon as somebody ever tried to take it away, we would be desperate to get it back. Democracy is like oxygen. We don't, bless the oxygen every morning when we get up either, but our lives depend on it. And if someone tried to take away your oxygen, you'd be desperate to get it back. Democracy is freedom. Freedom to assemble like we are doing today, freedom of speech, freedom of religion where you worship, freedom to pick your leaders. And if someone tried to take that away, we would be desperate to get back our freedom, just like we'd be desperate to get back our democracy, but we don't appreciate it every single day. This is why as busy as I am now in my private life, I said yes when I got the call from Mary Smith, the president of the ABA, to join Judge Luttig in this important endeavor. I'm a Democrat. He's a Republican. I'm tall. He's short. I'm bald. He is not. He is from Texas. I am from New York. But we both took that oath to support and defend the Constitution, like a number of you did in this room. The very same oath, and we revere that very same Constitution. It's the same words for every person in this room. We revere and respect our Constitution, our laws, and our constitutional norms, most important. It was a pleasure for me to meet Jocelyn and Benson today in the flesh. Since I've been in private life, 7 years, I have endorsed exactly one person for elective office, and that was Jocelyn Benson because of her dedication to election security. So there's bad and good in the current situation we face. The good news is levels of voter participation cycle after cycle, in recent years has been going up. In many respects, in our free society, our greatest strengths are also our greatest weaknesses. I'm convinced that one of the reasons voter participation levels have been going up is because of social media. People are more informed because they have more places to go to be informed. The bad news is that a lot of what people consume have no barriers for entry or standards for exit. There are very few journalistic standards for anybody who can get on the internet with a keyboard. The result of which are some of these very alarming poll numbers we see about how some 70% of Americans think maybe we should try something else, which skews young, by the way. Alarmingly high percentages of Americans don't believe 9/11 happened, don't believe Sandy Hook happened, believe somehow a government conspiracy. That's a dangerous place to be. So there's bad and good. I have come to believe, you know, I'm on the board of directors of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in New York City. I have come to believe that if we had another 9/11 in this country, we could not respond in the way we did after 9/11. Many of you will remember how this nation after 9/11, just 9 months after a very, very contentious election, came together. Levels of enlistment in the U.S. military surged. American flags were everywhere. We came together, Republicans and Democrats. I worry because of the division in our politics today, we had another 9/11, we could not come together in the same way. We all like to say, we used to say it would take a crisis to get us together. But guess what? We had a crisis called COVID. Did it bring us together? No. We had fights and debates about the cause, about masks, about vaccinations, the result of which in the most sophisticated nation on earth in terms of our health care, far too many people died unnecessarily because we could not mobilize and rally around a common message, a common solution. So we have a lot of work to do, and at the national level and at the local level, given the way our presidential elections work, given the division in our politics, given the Electoral College, a system, frankly, where losers win and winners lose, this presidential election, over 150 million people are going to vote. But this presidential election will be decided, it's going to be close, it will be decided in 4 or maybe 5 states, including this one right here, in key districts in this one right here. My vote in New Jersey is irrelevant. Anyone here from California, your vote for president is irrelevant. Even your vote in Virginia is probably irrelevant. A small percentage of us will decide this election, which is why a presidential election is very vulnerable to accusations of being rigged somehow. And so it's so important, even for national results, for us to focus on what we do, not a decade from now, but this fall, this summer, to ensure a fair and safe national election. In terms of legislative districts, Congress, state and local, because of safe seats, because of gerrymandering, because of political gerrymandering, we have the representatives who pick their voters, not the voters picking their representatives, which is the source for a lot of the political polarization we see in Washington, for example, because something like 400 or 435 seats in Congress are safe districts. The Democrat is more concerned about looking over his or her left shoulder, and the Republican is more concerned about looking over his right shoulder for an attack from the extreme right. So compromise in Washington is a dirty word. bipartisanship is a dirty word. And the best illustration of that today is a very conservative senator from Oklahoma, Jim Lankford, came together with a very progressive senator from Connecticut named Chris Murphy, along with Kirsten Sinema, and negotiated a very strong, robust border security bill, the strongest one we've had in decades. And the politics of that issue mandate that the politicians would rather have it as an issue unsolved that they could complain about versus fixing the problem, versus actually fixing the problem. People ask me, how do you fix our border security? This was a problem I owned for 3 years. How do you fix our border security? Well, the solution is at hand. It's been negotiated, but they won't vote on it. They don't want to vote on it. They'd rather have it as an issue because too few of our politicians depend upon the middle, the great middle of our electorate. They depend upon the extremes to get reelected over and over again. There are too many safe districts. I am focused on our task force, most notably on how we fix legislative district lines and how we create incentives for our elected representatives to appeal to the center and not to the extremes. I've been heartened to see that there are a number of initiatives, including right here in Michigan, for citizens to draw district lines versus politicians drawing their own district lines. Here in Michigan, Ohio, California does it already. That is a path to a solution here in my judgment. The problem that I see right here in this room, frankly, there's a lot of good energy in this room. Judge Luttig and I, Mary, the other members of our task force, Bill Eide, who's vice chairman, we've been heartened by the number of organizations nationwide that have come forward to say, how can we help you? How can we partner with you? We want to help. This room is filled with people concerned about our democracy, which is heartening for us. It's encouraging. There's a lot of interest. But the problem I see looking out at this room is that the mean age of people in this room, while it's younger than me, I'm 66, it's not that much younger than me. As has been alluded to now several times, we need to get young people behind this issue. We need to get young people interested in this issue. In colleges, we're on the campus of a college, a university. Colleges, universities, getting young people as concerned about the future of our democracy as we are. People my generation lived through Vietnam. I mean, I was a kid in the early 60s during the Civil Rights Movement, but we lived through Vietnam, we lived through Watergate, we lived through Richard Nixon, we lived through Barack Obama, and we lived through Trump. My kids are 28, 29. They started voting in 2016. They started voting in 2016. The only presidential ballot they know since they've been voting has Donald Trump on it. And so they come from a different place, as do anybody in America younger than 28, 29. How do we get them engaged? That is our great challenge. We talk about civics and education. You'll be interested to know that a naturalized American citizen has to learn more than what we probably teach in social studies today. I am convinced that if you gave a social studies test to a naturalized American versus a 21-year-old who was born here, the naturalized American would do far better. I've helped people get prepared for the test. And they ask a lot of tough questions on that test. So, you know, we talk about going back to basics, but I think it's more than that. And this is the thought I want to leave you with. We need to teach young people about heroes of democracy, not just the basics, but who are the heroes? And in this country, we are suckers for heroes. I have my heroes. Dennis has his heroes. Judge Luttig has his heroes. We all have our heroes. We're suckers for heroes. Heroes like, Fannie Lou Hamer or John Lewis. I recently, some of you may not know this, among my many hobbies, I have a radio show back home in northern New Jersey. I'm a huge classic R&B fan, Reverend. One Saturday a month, not Sunday, one Saturday a month. I go on WBGO FM 88.3, and I play my favorite classic R&B for 2 hours. They let me do this. Someone told me you have a radio voice. And so once a month I play the Dells, Gladys Knight, Luther, Teddy Pendergrass, Dramatics, Patti LaBelle, and I have one interview per show. My first interview 2 years ago was a saxophonist from Arkansas named Bill Clinton. He loved it. But I also recently interviewed Charlene Hunter Galt, who desegregated the University of Georgia system. And I asked her in the interview when she had to walk out on campus with this angry mob, this angry white mob screaming at her, and just as a 19-year-old, 18-year-old girl, how did she do it? And she said, my grandmother used to force me to memorize a Bible verse every day, a new Bible verse every day before I went to bed. And I hated it. I just wanted to swing on the mango tree. I didn't want to learn the Bible. But she forced me to learn a Bible verse every single day. And I said, well, what about that got you through it? And she said, I remembered one Bible verse in particular. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of darkness, I will feel no evil. That's one of my heroes. So we need to remind people of the heroes in this country, including people that some people maybe have never heard of, and then on a global scale as well. What about, telling high school students about Alexei Navalny or Malala, the Pakistani girl the Taliban tried to assassinate at age 15 by shooting her in the face, who then went to the UN and proclaimed her courage. So we're suckers for heroes. So let's inspire young people with the reasons and the virtue of our democracy, but also the heroes of our democracy. And I believe we will get through this because we will all do the right thing in the end. As Winston Churchill said, Americans, they try everything first, but in the end, they do the right thing. And so that's what we're going to do here. Thank you all, and thank you for organizing this conference, Mayor.
I've been looking out at all of you, and I can't tell you how pleased and thankful I am that you all came. And looking at some who are in the room, it reminded me, for example, Bill Ide, who is a former president of the American Bar Association, with whom I worked with and served when he was president. There was a program that all young lawyers who belonged to the ABA had to go back home and to work with the local board of education, where we would agree to come in and teach a civics class for 2 weeks to explain the Constitution, President, senators, the House, Supreme Court, and things of that nature. And we've lost that. But guess what? We may have found it thanks to all of you and your ideas. We can make a difference. And Atlanta had a meeting on the 13th, and I watched them on television. And they did a beautiful job in sharing their thoughts and their views. And they did not have time for what the person who helped put that program together, Bill Ide, because we needed to get something done right away, and let's get something out there, and what can we learn from it? And so his suggestion was, do you think you all might be able to have time for breakout sessions? And I said, we're going to make time for breakout sessions. And I've heard from you, and you've shared your thoughts and your views, and that makes a big difference. I'd like to end by just saying something real personal. On 9/11, I was watching television, and Trudy and I were getting ready to go vote because there was a new election coming up for whoever was going to be mayor. And I happened to turn on television and saw that there was a fire in one of the towers. And I thought, well, how could that be? It's not cloudy. How can an airplane go into that big a building? And as we watched and tried to figure it out, another plane came in. And then a plane went into the Pentagon. And then some very brave Americans took over an airplane so it could not come to what they thought might have been to Washington, D.C., and to the White House. During that time, or before that occurred, there was some concern expressed from time to time. We are very fortunate in the Detroit area to have the largest Middle Eastern population outside of the Middle East itself. And there had been some misunderstandings, some disagreements, and some anger that had occurred between some in the African American community and the Middle Eastern community. And I had gone to a number of schools and churches, et cetera, to speak and to see what we could do to bring that temperature down. And one of the first group of people to open up their door was Sheriff Edevbie, Temple. 3 mayors came together, the mayor of Detroit, the mayor of Dearborn, and the mayor of Windsor. And we made it very clear, because at that time it had been prominent that we as African Americans would be, from time to time, the subject of stop police and et cetera, and how we might be treated. We came together and made it very clear, because we found out that the people who had planned the attack happened to be from the Middle East. We made it very clear that we in Detroit care deeply about our Middle Eastern friends and neighbors, as did the Jewish community, who said, we're not going to tolerate anything like that. And the mayor from Windsor, we all came together. We did not have a problem in Detroit as a result of that. There was the Reverend Wendell Anthony's and all others who spoke up. And I looked out at the audience as I was watching you today. One of my main men and one of the guys who got involved in my campaign, who helped me win and then came on to work at my administration. And he was in law school, and I told him, take time off to study for the bar. He did, he passed. But Mike Sarafa is sitting back there, and it reminded me of how we all came together because we cared, and we need to care. But we need to understand that there are a lot of issues over which we have no control and we can't deal with. But I think about what we've achieved, and I see Cynthia Ford, whose husband, Etzel, was a guy I went to see if we couldn't celebrate the 300th anniversary of the city of Detroit. And he raised the money to make that happen and brought all the businesses who had been here for a long time. We could celebrate them and the like. We have a waterfront today that we can thank Etzel for helping to build a walkway that went from Cobo Hall to Hart Plaza. And we had 2 statues that were put up. One was in Windsor and one in Detroit, because Detroit was a stop on the Underground Railroad. There was a big, big effort made in what we developed in this city collectively together. Nobody really at the time thought we would see what we see today. But nobody thought we would ever have a chance of having or to be chosen for an empowerment zone. I worked with John Dingell and all of the members of Congress, Republican and Democrat. And we needed to raise money so we could put a proposal before Congress to be considered. In the audience today, Brenda Snyder, who was the senior vice president of Comerica Bank. I said, Brenda, nobody gave us a chance, but I think we might be able to do it if we could show we could raise the money. And Brenda raised and put online. It had to be raised and committed to be spent if we made a proposal, whether we want it or not. She raised a commitment from all the banks of over $1 billion. And then the automotives came up and said, this is what we'll give back. And then people like Curtis Blessing and others were talking to businesses and lawyers, and people gave back. We made a difference. Today, you made a difference going forward, thanks to the 2 co-chairs that we have, and thanks to Bill Ide thinking about we ought to have a breakout session. And we made it better because all of you attended. My message is, watch out, because I'm telling you, we're coming back. It's going to make a difference. We're going to have the kind of education for our young people. It's going to make a difference. And you made it possible. Thank you for coming.